Thank you. Welcome to the Beverly Hills School Board of Education meeting on May 26th. It's now 5:15, and we're going to start and call this meeting to order. If I may please call upon Student Board Member Thomas Recupero to lead us in the flag salute.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Recupero. Okay, may I please have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Margot, and I will second that. Okay. Dr. Breggy, any report from closed session, please?
So you guys are voting on the approval of the agenda?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor for the approval of the agenda, I am going to call out names so we're clear. Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus? Mr. Recupero?
Yes.
Thank you. And my vote is a yes as well. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're now going to report on closed session information. Dr. Braggy, any action?
Yes. The board has voted to approve student settlement agreement for OAH 2019-120456. The board has voted to approve the alternative dispute resolution agreement for student number 15294. And the board voted 5-0 to approve the transfer agreement with Chevron. And that is it, Mrs. Hacker.
Thank you so much. We are now going to move to public comment. So we have over 38 letters, I think, captured so far as of 4 o'clock today. And I really want to say thank you to everyone who took the time and the effort to write to the board. We have read your letters, and they really do make a difference, and so we appreciate really we really appreciate the time that you've taken to write these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read a few. Mrs. Walker-Schuman has agreed to read a few, and so has Mrs. Marcus. And Mr. Margot will be reading, I believe, 1 or 2. And we will enter the rest into the record, and they will be recorded into our minutes for this meeting. So we're just not going to read them because we would be here for 3 hours reading letters if we were to read all of them. So I hope you understand. This doesn't mean that yours haven't been read. They have. We're just not going to read them out loud in public, and we're going to try to sprinkle everyone's opinion about the issues that you've written to us tonight about. So I wanted to state that for the record before I start. So the first letter that I'm going to read is from Chris Boucher. And so the letter is, Dear Beverly Hills Unified School District Board of Education, President Isabel Hacker, I request that the following statement be read into the record concerning the agenda discussion letter from South Bay School Board. Good evening. I write to express my opinion about a discussion item on the agenda titled Letter from South Bay School Board. The letter is directed to the State Senator Ben Allen. The first sentence of the letter says, we are writing to share our perspective on the current education funding and policy issues as a result of COVID-19 health crisis. The 4-page letter discusses many issues, including sanitizing technology, PPE, academic planning, high-risk students, workers' compensation, and staffing considerations with regard to start times, class size, lunch periods, PE, nurses, substitutes, and social distancing and essential worker responsibilities. On school funding, the letter urges full funding of Proposition 98 and full funding, categorical funding of special education. Unfortunately, the letter leads with some proposals for the next year that Beverly Hills Unified School District should reject. Reject the call to reduce student instructional time by 5 to 10 days, reject the call to change the state law to allow for school districts to unilaterally impose furlough days on their staff so they can reduce student instructional days, reject the call to waive the state elementary class size limitation of 24 students to one teacher in pre-kindergarten through third grade, Reducing student instructional time and increasing class size do not serve students' educational interests. Our school district is in a much better position financially than the districts in the South Bay due to our basic aid funding status and our healthy budget reserve. Lastly, the proposal in the letter to suspend schedule increases to employer pension contributions is an issue that is currently being looked at in Sacramento by all stakeholders. It is likely that a negotiated solution to that piece will be found that also maintains the financial health of the state pension system. Thank you for your attention. Sincerely, Chris Boucher, BHUSD teacher and member of the Beverly Hills of Directors of California Teachers Association. Okay, so that's one letter. My second letter is from resident and parent Greg Bell. Dear President Hacker and school board members, the past few weeks with stay-at-home schooling have been nothing short of unqualified educational nightmare. I come before you to demand that you look collectively to safely reopen our schools this fall, whatever it takes. As a parent of two children, one going into the middle school and the other as a member of the prime program at the high school, being in a school setting is critical for each of my kids. Under the current program, my middle schooler does not want to readily prepare or engage in school. For him, it's one big video game. There is little teacher involvement and prodding. My special needs high school daughter must be around educators and peers in order to grow and develop. That's huge for her and others like her that need those interactions. As parents, we also need a break from the rigors associated with a special needs child that the district is set up to handle and support during the day. Her losses are huge, and I personally think that her situation and those of her special needs kids has not been taken into consideration at all by the district. Special ed kids require considerably more attention and resources, and those are not available online. Mostly, I believe people are operating out of fear of getting sick and getting others sick. And that is clouding reason and judgment, especially in Los Angeles County. Take a deep dive into the numbers. LA County Public Health website from May 25th, look it up, says 93% of 2,000 deaths in a county of 10 million involve people with underlying health conditions, and that of many were from nursing homes, environments, or prison. If you have an underlying health condition, you are at risk, no doubt. It's incumbent upon you and those surrounding you to be careful. For the rest of the population, you need to be cautious, but not live in a bubble, nor should our leaders force that upon us. My 80-year-old mother wants my kids back in school and will take her physically distanced visits until a proven vaccine arrives. My suggestion until I hear a better one is for the following. You have to establish the best safety protocols you can so that the kids can return to school and enjoy a school, not a prison setting. And prior to school start, have every parent, teacher, staff member, actor, etc., who sets foot on campus sign a waiver effective for the entire school year, wherein there is an assumption of risk and express waiver of liability associated with coming onto the campus as it relates to COVID-19. People assume risks all the time. You could have counsel provide a legal opinion letter and rely on that in enforcing your decision. You create a streamlined, ongoing program curriculum for each grade, and those that elect not to assume the risk can have the program run online as it is happening now. To blatantly deny the kids a chance to congregate again in the fall is a decision that parents should make individually. Respectfully submitted, Greg Bell. The next letter is from Justin and Deborah Topillo. Hello, it has come to our attention that Beverly Hills High School is looking to cut one of its French teachers and that Corinne Carlson is being asked to teach all French classes. Class sizes would increase significantly and honor students would be taught alongside regular French students. This would surely be a nightmare for all Beverly Hills High School students studying French, especially our daughter Scarlett Topolo. Regular French already one of the one of Scarlett's most challenging classes. The larger classes would put her further behind. Moreover, with honors students in her class, we would struggle to keep up. We don't understand how it would be practical to teach 2 tracks in one class, especially in a foreign language course. To add insult to injury, we understand that there would be classes at Beverly Hills High School with smaller numbers of students, such as engineering. It seems very unfair to penalize students already midstream in the learning of French language. To change to another foreign language is completely impractical, but our students will need foreign language courses to meet California requirements as well as for entry for good universities. We urge you to reconsider this restructuring of the French department at Beverly Hills High School. Our students and teachers are already so affected by the coronavirus pandemic. It would be so harmful to add more problems to their already challenging environment. If you or any board member would like to reach out to us to discuss, please do so. Thank you for your consideration on this matter, Justin and Deborah Tepillo. Okay, the next one is from Renee Solomon. Actually, you know, I didn't get from, I'm going to read Kelly Liner, who said she wanted this read into the public. I have a daughter, Maddie Liner, who is currently in the 11th grade and who is planning on taking French 3 honors next year. I am writing to express my concern regarding the changes to the French program. I think that the learning environment will be less than ideal with large classes that combine honors and regular students. In addition, Madame Carlson will be overwhelmed having to teach so many classes plus the AP classes. Please reconsider hiring another teacher to give our kids a better learning experience. And that again is from Kelly Liner. There are about 2 other letters having to do with the same issue about French, so I'm not going to read them, but I am going to enter them into the record. So I have one from Mark F. Spina, and I have one from Renee Solomon. And okay, let's see, the next one. Okay, let me just get a little bit organized here. I'm going to switch over. Okay, so here we go. We have okay. This one is from Shalom and Jilla Bergman, sorry. We are local Beverly Hills business owners with one daughter who is an alumni Beverly Hills school system and another daughter who is about to graduate to the 2nd grade at Horseman. We have been in business over 30 years. We appreciate all the support from BHUSD during this difficult time. As a community, as a nation, we all sacrifice to keep our community, state, and country safe. We lost so many opportunities and possibilities for the growth of our children and our business during the lockdown. However, it is time to move forward and rebuild our city, state, and country once again. We strongly believe all of our businesses should be allowed to reopen in a safe manner following health guidelines immediately, and our schools should also reopen regularly for physical attendance this coming new year, 2020-21. Reopening schools and businesses are 100% connected and mutually necessary. If we reopen business and not the schools, how can parents go to work when their kids are at home? Eventually, the businesses will go out and the people will be unemployed. California during the whole pandemic was one of the best states in the country. California never became a hot zone with overcrowded hospitals. Today, our hospitals are empty and many doctors and nurses, medical professionals are on furlough. Dr. Michael de Bosblanc of John Muir Hospital stated that on the news that they have seen more deaths from suicide than coronavirus during the lockdown. There are numerous reports from other doctors that have stated similar experiences with spiked suicides in other states. As we always follow the science, Dr. Fauci in his latest briefing stated, quote, totally in favor, unquote, of reopening America because remaining closed could cause, quote, irreparable damage, end of quote. Speaking as a business owner, we do not believe we can survive past June in lockdown. Please refer to our previous email where we discussed our serious concerns over our children's emotional, social, and development health under a prolonged lockdown. We believe lockdown past this point is only causing irreparable harm to our children, to our business, to our city, and to our nation. We are urging any and all leaders of the City of Beverly Hills, City of Los Angeles, and the State of California to end the lockdown and reopen all schools and businesses immediately. We are always proud to support our schools and our great city. We truly wish to continue to do so. Please help us continue this support. It is impossible to contribute while the economic and educational lockdown is in place. Most sincerely, Shalom, Angela Berkman. Okay. And they attached their second letter. The next one is going to be read. Okay, I have one from Gabby Doyle to the members of the school board. I'm writing, wearing so many hats right now, teacher, union representative, alumni. There is so much we are currently focused on, but with the school year coming to a close, I'm looking forward to a way in which we can gather safely to continue to ensure an outstanding education for all of our students. Too often in many schools, including ours, I have encountered that students in the middle are lost. Those who enroll in honors and advanced placement classes are those who need intervention, receive the most attention, while the students who find themselves taking standard regular level courses often are the ones who are overlooked. For years, the high school has seen a trend with class sizes. Overall, our averages seem small, but there is often large imbalance between AP classes and the standard class. One, students make shifts in their schedules that are appropriate for their learning. What this ends up doing is impacting the often already close to full standard level classes when students from AP courses move out and into the standard class. One year, in fact, there was so much movement that the principal at the time asked me to take on a class of 35. Is this something I can handle? Yes, of course. Is this something the students in the class deserve? No, especially when there are AP classes under 25. I'm writing because it is time that we equitably provide same level of attention to all of our students. The current plan at the high school to account for the historical movement of students out of AP classes and into standard classes is one that accounts for all students' learning. It will create classrooms that have balance and equity and time for teachers to reach each student individually. The board has much on its plate right now. I hope that in hearing from me and other members of the high school faculty, you can remove this from your plate and let the high school administration address this year's long issue with its new plan for balancing class size. Sincerely, Gabby Doyle. Okay, the next.
Do you want me to take it? Do I take a break and I can read a couple letters, or do you want to keep going?
I'm going to keep going, and then Mrs. Walker Schuman has her list, and then you can read the ones that you decide that we discussed, and then I believe Mr. Margot has one letter to read as well. So the next one is from, from Dr. Yashar, which I believe, Tristan, you have that one on your list? Or you don't? Number 5. Mr. Margot, will you read that one? It's really hard for me. It's so small. I can't capture it on my phone.
Which
sorry,
one?
Guys. Is that okay?
Which one would you like?
Number 5.
No.
It's number 5. So just
Number
add that.
5?
Yes.
Sure.
Please, from Dr. Yashar. Thank you, because she really wanted this read into the record. I'll read the next one.
Okay.
Hi, as a parent in Beverly Hills, we really would like our kids to go back to school. I'm coming in this coming year as soon as possible. Thank you, Natalie Moram Mehazadeh. Okay, the next one is number 7. Tristan, were you supposed to read number 7?
I have number 7.
Thank you.
Um,
Okay,
to
so
whom it
I'm
may-
going to stop there, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Walker-Schuman. As mentioned, if I didn't read your letter and it had to do with French, you will be captured into the record. And if we don't read your letters after Mrs. Walker-Schuman, Mrs. Marcus, and Mr. Margo read, again, your letters have been read. We have read them. We understand what you're conveying to us, and they will be captured into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So this letter begins, to whom this may concern. I think that parents should choose whether or not they are comfortable sending their children back to school. In our classes, 98% of parents were comfortable sending their kids back to school in August. Unfortunately, homeschooling has been a disaster for most of us. Many parents have complained from day one, and nothing has been done at all whatsoever to increase live learning. We have 30-minute check-ins per day, and that's pretty much it. LAUSD is required to have 2-hour learning sessions and 2-hour office hours daily. Most parents have complained from day one to teachers, principals, superintendent, and board members, letting them know that this is a complete disservice to our students. Our students are not learning anything. They are just practicing work that is posted weekly for them to do daily. Students need more learning time. They don't need video posts to learn from. They need interaction with their teacher and other students. Teachers are too busy attending too many meetings when classes aren't even in session. Teachers are spending too much time posting schedules, assignments, etc., and don't have time to do their jobs, to teach. As an educator myself, this has been very upsetting. This is the reason that I hope that our children go back to school in August. They are already really behind and unfortunately spending way too much time on screens daily to do their homework. This is not productive for anyone at all. From Jasmine Yadigar. The next letter says, thank you for considering our options on homeschooling versus returning to school. My 3 children and I are eager and excited to start school again in the fall. However, we are not willing to attend if there aren't realistic safety measures in place. Prior to the pandemic, flu season, colds, strep throat, and lice have spread continuously throughout the school. My concern is that if we can't prevent spread and contagion prior to the pandemic, how will we do that going forward? Asking kids to keep their masks on all day and not touch anything is not a realistic option. They are kids. Many people feel that life must go on, and those people are more likely to have been exposed to the outside than others who have been and still are observing the stay-at-home order. It's not fair for either party. However, it would be unfair for children and staff who have pre-existing conditions, who have been quarantined, to be forced to attend school alongside those who haven't. Should we have all our safety measures in place and guarantee that these measures are strictly enforced, then returning should be considered. At this point, I need to know what measures are in place before I can decide one way or the other. But as it currently stands, I am hesitant without any understanding of how we will return safely. Thus far, homeschooling has come a long way. Initially, it was a learning curve for teachers, parents, and students. The school staff, parents, and students have all worked hard to get homeschooling and have made it successful. And as time goes on, we'll get even better. One last note, parents who want their kids to return should be asked why. I'd love to learn their ideas. Thus far, I've only heard, I can't take this anymore. They just need to go back. I'm not a teacher. I too feel the same way. But I'd rather drive myself nuts than risk my kids' health. Should you hear a valid reason as to why schools should open up, perhaps you can implement that somehow into our distance learning if it's not safe to return. Thank you, Susan Marinov. I have a couple others that are short before I get to a different topic. So this says, I have a child in 3rd grade. I definitely think it's vital for kids to go back to school on so many levels. They need interaction/social skills with other children. They need to learn and form friendships and relationships. These children need to have extracurricular activities and projects to learn to work in groups. They need a teacher teaching them. Yes, there should be protocols put in place, less students per class, more teachers. Kids need to be active. By not providing an atmosphere for our children's growth, our children will get depressed and lonely. From Tanya Rave. I have one from Michelle Yasharpour, which it's short, so I'll read it. It says generally the same thing. We sincerely believe that with appropriate measures, going back to school is imperative. Our kids are suffering. They need to be in a social environment and getting instruction throughout the day. These 30-minute Zooms and assignments are incomparable. The risk of them getting sick is much smaller than the risk of them suffering a lifetime of mental health issues, depression, and suicide. That's from Michelle Yasharpour. A slightly differing viewpoint. Hello, I have one child at Hawthorne and one at Beverly Vista. My older one at Beverly Vista suffers from severe asthma, which means he is highly accessible for catching COVID-19. I trust and have faith that Beverly Hills School District will provide the safest environment for both my kids. I have no doubts or worries sending my kids back to school. I will do my part at home so they continue to go to school healthy and extremely happy. Our children must go back to school. From Lisa Arashabin. Okay, this letter is from Dan Marika, Beverly Hills High School social studies teacher. Hello, members of the BHUSD Board of Education. My name is Dan Marika, and I am a teacher at Beverly Hills High School, proudly teaching since 2005. I am also one of the high school directors for BHEA. I would like to write this letter in regards to a topic of discussion I have heard been buzzed about, the master schedule of classes at the high school. A topic of concern in my last year in the secondary education counselor was grossly imbalanced classes, specifically how AP classes would start balanced with college prep regular classes. But as many students would drop AP, it would cause AP classes to be in the low 20s and regular classes to be in the 30s. I've seen this on both sides of AP, as I have taught AP classes for 9 years and routinely teach college prep classes as well. In addition, there is a union concern, as non-AP teachers have, in many cases, been given much more to do in terms of workload due to class imbalance. The question always is, if a student drops, where are they going to go? They have to go somewhere. BHHS has always tried to support all students. The method being implemented by Principal Mark Mead was actually done with the input of many stakeholders, teachers, union, administration, etc., as it would allow the room for those students to be placed appropriately. In addition, the system for the master calendar is more of a collaborative approach, using data and discussion to do what is best for everyone, students and teachers alike. Finally, I am concerned on a legal level if and how this current policy would be revised. AP classes are not required for graduation, but college prep is. If a parent feels that their child is receiving an unequal education compared to a smaller sized AP, not in content, but in quality of education and attention, they would have the ears of many people. What would be ideal is to have enough teachers so that all of the classes had relatively small class sizes. I don't know if that is possible under our current budget. So again, we're all doing this because we believe it is best for the children, and that should be our main goal. Unrelated, I would like to add that I feel Distance Learning 2.0 has been going very well given the circumstances, and would love to share my experience with the board, from online lectures to quizzes and more, at your convenience. Lastly, I believe this shouldn't be a concern as we are a basic aid district, but I hope that even if the board discusses the possibility of furloughs in the future, it brings in BHEA as soon as possible. Thank you for your time. Dan Marika, BHEA High School Director. There are a couple other, I'm going to enter them into the record. This one from Bita Santaea and another one from Ellen Kangvari. And let's see, there was one more that I was going to read. It's a letter from Telitsi. Dear members of the school board and district administration, my name is Telitsi. I am writing you as a high school teacher, former BHEA president, and also as a college history major. I bring up the last part because there is a history when it comes to how class sizes evolve over the course of a school year. AP classes inevitably go down in size, and regular and special ed classes, special education classes, in turn go up in size. We see this every year. To plan a master schedule and class size now that does not reflect these truths would be irresponsible and wrong. As educators, we want the best for all our students. If we could, all our students would be in a small class where they can receive sufficient individual attention and support. In a perfect world, there would be equity. However, we are in BHUSD, and certainly I think we can agree it is a strange thing to have AP courses with less students than regular or special ed classes where students need the most support and intervention. By the way, how often do administrators, labor leaders, and educators strongly agree on something? Here is a case where that is happening. That tells you something. Let's plan a master schedule that is fair for our students and our educators. I hope you and all your loved ones are safe, and thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Walker-Schuman. We're now going to go to Mr. Margot. And there was some other, or is that it, Mrs. Walker-Schuman? I believe so, right?
That's the last one I have.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus, I'm sorry, Mr. Margot. We're going to go to Ms. Marcus, who I believe has 3 letters to read, and then we'll go to you. Thank you. Mrs. Marcus, you have to unmute yourself, please.
I got it. Okay. Good evening. Thank you. Dear President Hacker, school board members, and Dr. Breggy and distant staff, I hope tonight finds you and everyone you care for in good health and good spirits. This is most important thing of all. I would like to speak about our school's district plan for possibly reopening the school in August, and I am very concerned that there is pressure on the school board to put politics above reasonable caution. As of today, the state's COVID-19 webpage shows that in the past 14 days, LA County had 547 deaths due to COVID-19. We are not out of the woods yet. I have read the letter from South Bay School Board President at the end of tonight's agenda, as well as the letter from Superintendent Sherness from Palos Verdes Unified School District, sent to every school superintendent in LA County and then on to Governor Newsom. This letter was signed by our own Dr. Breggy, so it is important for us in Beverly Hills. In addressing guidelines and regulations set forth by the state of California to reopen business, including schools, several measures are required. All students and adults must remain 6 feet apart in the classroom. All students and children over 2 years of age must wear face coverings. No large gatherings. 14-day quarantine for the entire class of students upon one positive case identified. These guidelines are there to ensure that no one will die as a result of attending school. Mr. Chernus' letter goes on then to explain why meeting these requirements isn't possible for schools. I believe that if the Beverly Hills School District cannot guarantee these measures and the safety of our students and staff, then our schools should not be reopened until they can be guaranteed. Today, Governor Newsom said the revised schedule for the guidelines for the school would be released in the next day or two. Perhaps there will be some changes to these 4 measures. With the speed in which the COVID-19 situation changes, who can say that things will be in 2 months? Nevertheless, since lives are at stake, I would urge deciding on the safe side of caution. If you guess wrong the other way, people may die. This is from David Ziskin, who Beverly Vista Middle School history teacher. Okay. This is another letter from dear President and members of the board, Superintendent Breggy. I appreciate your leadership in the most challenging of times for K-12 students education. I am taking this opportunity to thank you for still continuing to improve the learning of our students, and I particularly noticed an agenda item for May 26th, the Beverly Hills High School instructional update. Here are a few comments about math, science, and particularly engineering. In talking to late middle school and high school students in Beverly Hills who are interested in science and engineering colleges, I found that they generally could not tell me what careers there are in engineering beyond robotics and coding. This is not expected, as it is an area of curriculum that has not been well implemented in most high schools. It turns out teenagers aren't avoiding careers in engineering because they think it's geeky. They simply are unaware of what engineers do, according to a study of 1,000 teenagers commissioned by the Intel and nonprofit Change the Equation. The survey showed 63% of the students ages 13 to 18 have never considered the career despite having generally positive opinions about engineers and engineering. The perception that engineering is difficult also played a part in the lack of job consideration. Pre-college engineering is especially problematic in STEM education since there is no well-established tradition of engineering in a K-12 curriculum or as part of a teacher preparation and certification process. When we look at universities like MIT, Carnegie Mellon, Caltech, Georgia Institute of Technology, and the science and engineering schools of UCLA, Berkeley, UC, San Diego, or Stanford, we call them science and engineering schools, but we do not tend to expose our students to the depth and breadth of engineering. I'm urging you to embrace an engineering thread in our high school curriculum. We need to expose our students to the artificial intelligence that will control the machines that code. We need an understanding of civil and mechanical engineering. We need maker spaces everywhere. As we re-enter planetary space exploration, our universities are beginning to expand aerospace departments. So let us give our Beverly Hills students a leg up on this exciting career. I will follow this up with some substantial detail and useful resources. I wanted to get this in time to be read into the record at tonight's meeting. Thank you, A.J. Wilmer, a past parent of a Beverly Hills High School student and a past BHUSD board member. And the last letter, fairly lengthy. Dear Governing Board of the Beverly Hills Unified School District, on April 28, 2020, a letter was read aloud to the Governing Board on the resolution number 2019-2020-027. This is a follow-up to that letter in which I want to address grave concerns regarding gross violations of my rights as a district employee. I am reaching out to you directly because I believe the officers of the superintendent and the human resources director have been compromised and are incapable of providing impartial and proper decision regarding what the district has given me. Someone that has given the district 30 years of my life in service, a notice of a layoff effective in a matter of weeks. Despite my length of service being longer and my qualifications being greater, the district, in contradiction to law, is laying me off instead of this person who has been there less than 2 years. Again, the evidence of disparate treatment in my situation is everywhere. When I was originally put on administrative leave, I was told by HR, you will remain on paid leave until such time as you are otherwise notified by me. I was told I would hear from an investigator, but I never heard from anyone to this day. Even when I asked initially about the charges, I was told I did not have the right to that information at this time. Even months later, when my attorney requested on at least 3 separate occasions the same information, Jabari Willis, the district's counsel, responded with, Mr. Garcia will return from PAL when the district has completed its investigation. The district is under no obligation to answer your additional questions below regarding the investigation. Obviously, the closure of the district due to COVID-19 has significantly affected the district's ability to compete and investigate. This is ironic considering Mr. Willis works for AALRR, which happens to be the author of the Frisk Manual, which requires openness and fairness with employees. In fact, Mr. Willis is a Frisk trainer for AALRR and should be quite familiar with the book. He should be fully aware that Frisk advises not providing employees with specific details. Vague, subjective statements that send mixed message and require the employee to guess the problem are unfair to the employee. That's from the Frisk Manual. Again, the Frisk stresses fairness throughout the entire process, yet that hasn't been shown to me even once. Despite Mr. Willis and HR making the claim they don't have to give me details regarding my administrative leave, it is clear to anyone that keeping an employee out on an ambiguous and unexplained leave for such a long period of time is unfair, not to mention the supposed coincidence of my leaving coinciding with my FMLA complaints. This is not to mention that even before COVID-19 situation, many months transpired without this purported investigation going anywhere, and without any contact without any contract, 3 or interviews being conducted towards me. The subject of this apparently endless investigation. It strains the imagination that this investigation is in any way legitimate when apparently nobody has done any investigating for nearly a year. What this is, in fact, is a denial of my due process rights and
Okay.
slap in the face.
Mrs. Marcus, we're gonna, you know what? It's past 3 minutes, I think, and so we're gonna move on to the next letter. Thank you.
I will just say that this letter is from someone named Eugene Garcia.
Thank you. Let's try, folks, you know, we are under a limited amount of time.
Yes, I
So in
understand.
the future, I'm talking to the public. So in the future, you know, your letters are well received, but we're going to try to read those letters we can try to capture within the time allowed. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Marcus. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. I'm going to stop because if the 3 minutes are up, his time is up. Okay? Is
Are
that
you
okay?
done? Are there any more letters or you're
Yeah,
done?
those were the 3 that I was asked to
Thank
read.
you. Mr. Margot, you're next.
Okay. Thank you for all your hard work during this unprecedented time. I think the decision to open the schools should be a parent's choice. Many districts are allowing the parents to decide what is best for their children. For instance, LVUSD Calabasas found that about 65% of parents were interested in an in-person on-campus model and 30% preferred distant learning. They are allowing parents to decide what they want for their kids. This is a nice balanced approach, and I hope we get the same in our district. I personally believe that children staying home is more detrimental to their health than attending school. According to the Mayo Clinic, quote, while all children are capable of getting COVID-19, they don't become sick as often as adults. Children also rarely experience severe illness with COVID-19. Despite many large outbreaks around the world, very few children have died. Kids need social interaction. Schooling is in large part to learn how to interact with one another, being kind to one another and working together. They miss their friends and they feel alone. It's not good for their mental health, and it's not healthy to bring up a generation of kids scared of each other. Children need to develop a strong immune system. Interaction with bacteria and viruses allow for a stronger immune system for our children. That's why many of us have pets other than unconditional love, so that we can expose our family to microbes so we develop stronger immune system. I hope you consider these issues when you decide on reopening the schools for in-person classes in August. Thank you, Deborah Termy. And I have one more right here. I would like to address some of the proposed guidelines for starting school next year. I would like to voice my concern about the idea of masks, testing, and social distancing. The CDC guidelines for masks is completely uneducated. Healthy people should not wear masks. Masks limit oxygen intake and cause hypoxia, low oxygen levels, and hypercapnia, high carbon dioxide levels. Basically, it's like you are hyperventilating all day. It is an extremely unhealthy practice, especially for kids that are trying to learn in school and need to be alert and healthy. I refuse to have my kids wear masks while in school. Masks are not only unhealthy, but they also dehumanize individuals and make them less social and more robot-like. They can't show emotion or interact like humans are supposed to. Masks are supposed to be worn by sick individuals when they enter a room where other healthy individuals may occupy. And even then, the person wearing a mask is usually isolated from the healthy people. In many studies, it has been shown that healthy students and teachers that were exposed to a COVID-positive student never got the disease. The CDC recently revised their information on how the coronavirus is spread and stated that, in fact, it does not spread on surfaces. Therefore, the risk to other students sharing supplies or to teachers in the same room without a mask is very low, if not negligible. Kids are supposed to socialize with other kids. They need PE and sports. They need to go to dances to socialize and hang out. They need to hang out after school or eat lunch together in the cafeteria. The best time of an individual's life is when they are a kid and interacting with other kids. Again, as a healthcare provider that sees hundreds of patients a week, I wholeheartedly believe that the COVID-19 numbers have been overblown and politicized at the detriment of families and children. Schools never required masks during flu season when the flu kills almost 80,000 people a year in the U.S. Mrs. Hacker, I think the 3 minutes are passed on this one, so we'll enter the rest of this into the record.
Okay, so I'm trying to pull up the record of the other names of people who have submitted letters, and I'm having difficulty doing that. But I will say this again for those, because I'm continuing to get emails from people who are asking why their letter hasn't been read. Again, if we've captured the essence of the topic that you've written about through another letter, we're not going to repeat all the letters that have the same opinion. We are going to, for the sake of time, we've just narrowed and selected some with no choice, and no reason why. We just pulled some apart from others and we've read them into the record. I think we've covered the general opinion, weighing in on all the issues that we're discussing tonight. So again, your name will appear and your letter will be part of the record, captured into the minutes for the next board meeting. So you haven't been ignored. We've read every letter, and again, we will enter your letter and your name into the record along with the letters that were read publicly. So I hope that explains why your letter was not read. I do have one letter that I skipped in my batch, and so I'm going to read it. It's not a very long letter. It's from Carol Cornier. Dear board members, I would like to take this opportunity to express a concern regarding the letter attached to your agenda in regards to the South Bay schools. I speak for the BHUSD IA unit. We are confused as to how this letter pertains to Beverly Hills Unified School District. This has stirred up quite a noise and caused turmoil and anxiety amongst your staff. We hope that you will be addressing this and that you will explain the reasoning behind it. Let's work together. Let's find a solution that is best for all students and staff. I know this is a difficult task and one that has never had been put in place, but I have faith that if we work together, we can accomplish common ground. Respectfully, Carol Cornier, BHUSD IA Unit President. Okay, and that concludes our public record for tonight. Thank you again to all who submitted a letter. We appreciate your effort and your voice. Okay, we're going to move on. Next thing on the agenda is we have an introduction of our new president for VHEF, Farah Dodds, and I believe Cindy Trost is joining us tonight. I see her. Hi, Cindy and Farah. Hi. Thank you for waiting so patiently and for being part of tonight's discussion. We welcome you.
Thank you very much. Well, just a couple of things I'd like to say before I make the formal introduction. And the first is good evening, President Hacker and members of the Board of Education. My term as president of the Beverly Hills Education Foundation will end soon, and it has been an honor and a joy to serve this historic and wonderful organization for the past 3 years. It's been a privilege getting to know and work with so many dedicated and caring individuals who are passionate about education and who wholeheartedly want nothing but the very best education for our BHUSD students. These people include parents, teachers, staff, administration, Dr. Breggy and the cabinet, the members of the Board of Education, members of our PTAs and high school PTSA and the PTA Council, as well as the amazing Chrissy Austin and Moj Tavon, our BHEF staff, and all of the devoted and caring members of the BHEF Board of Directors over the last 3 years. I'd like to thank personally all of you for your support and encouragement. And I know it's been a challenging last few months, and we could all use some good news. So I do have some good BHEF news to share in addition to that announcement. One is I'm happy to tell you about a newly endowed scholarship that's been established through BHEF. It is the Honorable Lisa and Igor Korbatov Scholarship. This $2,500 scholarship will be awarded for the first time at the upcoming Senior Awards to a deserving student who has overcome learning challenges and aspires to further their education beyond high school. And I'd like to thank the Korbatov family for that. And to all of our BHEF donors and business sponsors, we'd like to thank you for your support as well. There are a number of programs throughout the district that would not exist were it not for your generous donations. My second piece of good news is BHEF summer school programs are doing great. And we have a wonderful TK program, middle school boot camps, and high school programs. And so if you haven't yet signed up for summer school and you want to, please be sure you go to bhef.org and click the registration button. And last but not least, as President Hacker said, at our last board meeting, we did elect a new president, who will take office on July the 1st. She is a truly special person. She has an abundance of energy and great ideas, and someone I've gotten to know well over the last year, and I have come to admire her. She has integrity, creativity, and she does have a good heart, which I think is very important in this position. And I know that BHEF is in good hands with her as our next leader. So I hope everyone will join me in congratulating Farah Dotis, the next president of the Beverly Hills Education Foundation.
Thank you, Cindy. You're amazing. Your shoes are going to be very difficult to fill. That's all I have to say.
I believe in you.
Thank you, Cindy, for being here tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I would just like to say welcome to Farah and thank you, Cindy. Before I get to Farah, I'm just going to say, Cindy, you've done this with such grace and dignity and always just carried yourself. You know, we're so proud. I'm so proud to have had you be our BHEF president, and too many BHs in this district. But thank you for all of your work and your labor of love and your commitment for these past years for Beverly Hills Unified. You know, we're just so proud of you and for all that you've accomplished. And I personally am grateful and appreciative of everything that you've done. And so thank you, because it is unselfish of, you know, and you've done it with such class and grace, as I said. And Farah, I am so glad that this is like, you're now taking on this important role. And I know that Cindy's going to be there to support you. And, you know, if there's anything that I can do, or, you know, I'm here and I support you all. And, you know, I embrace the work the BHEF does on behalf of our school districts. Thank you. Thank you. And good luck to both of you. I'd like to, if any of the board members would like to say anything, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Okay, so we're going to go in order. Seems like everyone is wanting to speak. So Mr. Margot, then Mr. Spitz, then Mrs. Walker-Schuman, and then Mrs. Marcus. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Cindy, and good luck, Farah.
Thanks, Noah.
Thanks, Noah.
My turn. Ditto. And I think that Mrs. President Hacker expressed my feelings perfectly. Congratulations to both of you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
I'll ride on those coattails any day. I agree with Mrs. Hacker and Mr. Spitz. Cindy, thank you for your years of service. And Farah, welcome. We're really looking forward to working with you.
Thanks, Tristan.
I guess it's
Mrs.
my
Marcus, you're next.
Well, I just got to meet Cindy and get to know her and work with her, and now I'm going to miss you, Cindy. It's been a
I'm
pleasure.
going to miss you.
From my heart, I'm really sorry but the best of luck to you, and thank you for everything you've done through the years. It's really, really something. And Farah, I'm looking forward to getting to know you and hoping that I know we're going to be good companions. So good luck to you, and I know you're going to do a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Rochelle. Likewise.
Thank you for joining us again tonight. And good luck to both of you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, we're going to move on to our agenda item 9. Dr. Breggy, we are under staff presentations. So we have a presentation, I understand, from our Measure E performance report audit. I should say, excuse me, the audit, not the report, by Moss Adams.
Yes, and let Mr. Wade go to the introductions.
Yes, good afternoon, board. As part of receiving bond funds from the community, we are required as a district to have independent audits of our bond funds, both the performance of our bond and the financial aspects of our bond. So tonight we have 4 audits. We have 2 performance audits for Measure BH and Measure E, and 2 financial audits for Measure BH and Measure E. So with that, we're gonna start with our performance audits, and I'll go ahead and introduce. I think Mark and Steve are here. You guys want to jump on?
We are. Thank you very much, President Hacker. Thank you, other members of the board. This is Mark Staranka from Moss Adams. I'm a partner I lead our overall performance audit practice. Just have a quick introductory comments before I turn it over to Steve Bicchetti, who leads this work for our firm and has managed these projects for you. So as mentioned, we're going to deliver 2 performance audits, Measure E and Measure BH. I just wanted to mention that this is our 4th year working with the district. You know, one of the things that we get to observe when we have some tenure is the amount of progress that a district makes in addressing recommendations, or what we would call opportunities for improvement. And of course, across the districts that we work with, that happens at varying paces and to degrees. And I just wanted to share with you that your district has made tremendous progress. A vast majority of the recommendations have been addressed. So we've been very impressed with what's been accomplished. That's rewarding for us because we see the impacts or the fruits of the labor. And so I'm going to turn over to Steve Bicchetti to walk you through highlights of the 2 measures. I think Measure E is up first. So over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. Good evening, all. My name is Steve Bicchetti, and I was the engagement manager this year on the performance audit for Measure E and BH. It's great to see everyone. I wish I was in sunny Beverly Hills, but a Zoom camera in the comfort of my home is not too bad either. So as Mark noted, this is our 4th year, and we've seen significant progress with the new team, including Wade, Ken, Shirley, and the team concepts team, including Dawn, Pam, Jeff, Michael, Margarita, etc. So before we get into it, I just want to thank everyone for their efforts. Our audits are extremely comprehensive, and I'm happy. We do a lot of these audits throughout California and through other programs throughout the United States, and I'm happy to go through great results with this group. So our performance audit covered July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019. As Wade noted, the state constitution education code requires an annual independent audit to verify that the bond proceeds were used on the listed projects. For Beverly Hills, we do both the minimum requirement and an expanded audit, which is a best practice. We conduct our audits under generally accepted government auditing standards, which are required and define the term performance audit and the related professional standards. And before we get into the report details, I'd like to highlight some good management practices observed. Beverly Hills, and I'm not saying this, we do a lot of these public comments. You guys the team is extremely proactive with implementing and developing procedures to address the audit report findings and coming up with smart solutions to mitigate the risk. So it's a total pleasure working with the team. And just working with the team, you can tell they're extremely experienced and have a great track record. Other noted good observation is that you guys hired a director of purchasing and the executive director of construction facilities, which will help with program execution, especially with the new Measure BH. And just kind of housekeeping items, we always note that the board and CBOC updates the website on a periodic basis. The agendas and project information, which is great to see. Okay, of progress, which we highlighted earlier. Last year we had 17 observations, 7 have been closed, 8 their steps have been taken, and a lot of them are very close to being closed. 1, no steps were taken, and 1 was undetermined because there wasn't a similar situation, so we couldn't confirm whether it was the control was implemented to address accordingly. In addition, since we're auditors, we like finding audit findings, and we noted 2 new observations for improvement opportunities. Our report's broken up into 5 areas, and you can follow along largely within the executive summary. We got the Prop 39 compliance, we got the expenditure management, program management, budgetary management and change order reporting, procurement procedures and controls, and claims avoidance procedures and controls. So the meat of the report is really, were the expenditures compliant with the ballot language? And the answer is yes, with the potential exception of the MTA and FTA legal costs, which we've gone through in detail for the last couple of years. So the district should, for that specific observation, continue to require itemized detail from to validate that the legal expenses are for that and ensure the district's position is defendable. And for Measure BH, there was no exceptions, and so we had no exceptions, no observation or recommendations within that report, which is very abnormal for our team to not have that. So great job, Beverly Hills. And in the nature of keeping the presentation fairly brief, I think it would take an hour or two to go through the entire report in detail. I just wanted to go over the top 3 items to really focus on. With Measure BH ramping up, I think there's some higher risk, or not higher risk, greater areas to zone in focus to making sure that the program's successful. I have full faith in your team, but I find that the more stuff you do in the earlier stages, it helps through the end of the total program. And if there's any questions or concerns, as always, I'm happy to dig into detail with any of your questions about any of the items within the report. So number 1, staffing plan. With the ramp up of Measure BH, I think a staffing plan should continue to be a critical focus to ensure that labor charges, and this is both Beverly Hills and consulting, lines up with construction activity. As great progress, Team Concepts developed this year a staffing plan, which can be found in our report body, but excludes the key metrics to ensure staffing is in line with the project activity and that the amounts are board approved. So the district should continue efforts to develop and implement the staffing plan to ensure that the costs correlate with bond program activity and that the board approves these amounts in total for the bond program. Next, reporting. Reporting master plan and communication plan should be a huge focus for Beverly Hills. With the ramp up of Measure BH, reporting and communicating to all your stakeholders in terms of the priorities of the new bond program is critical to support the success of the program. And then it should include the financial and non-financial metrics. The reporting should be continued to be reported on a consistent basis, should be complete and accurate, and include metrics such as original budgets, forecasts, change orders, commitments, expenditures, flex analysis, etc. And within our report, we provide great criteria and great best practices from GFOA and San Diego Taxpayers Association to help support those efforts. Finally, bid and procurement. Bid and procurement should be a huge and top priority for Measure BH, especially in the early stages of BH, and especially with some of the contract delivery methodologies that are being performed, like lease-back and design build with GMP contract types. So there's a little bit more complexity to it. You guys have great pulse procedures and a really strong team, but making sure that the costs or the contracts are competitive and then they have board approval and are consistent with the master planning of BH will help ensure that the costs are compliant, not excessive, and consistent with a successful bond program. Again, overall, the Beverly Hills team has made a significant progress this year. It was really fun to see all the good observation and recommendations get wrapped up this year, and I'm really looking forward to fiscal year 2020. With that, I'll open up to questions and concerns.
Thank you so much for that report. I appreciate that you zoned in on the 3 issues and that you gave us a brief overview to include those. So I'm just going to now defer to, I'm going to go around the horseshoe, and I'm going to start with the virtual horseshoe. I'm going to start with Mr. Margot.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for the reports. The one thing that kept sticking out to me was obviously the bidding and procurement procedures. And I noticed that there was a part that mentioned a contract with Layton. When we get those contracts, we have asked and opened several times about the bidding process for a company like Layton, which has been doing geotechnical work for us and already has been vetted and gone through that process in the past. It's explained to us many times that is a system in place that allows us to continue to work with those companies. So I'm wondering, from your point of view, are you aware of that when it shows up on something like an observation for this? Do you know how we get to that decision? The board does vet those things out, and we make sure that those companies have been previously vetted, although may not vetted for that particular scope of work.
Yep. So that's a great point. And I flashback a couple months ago, we were having discussions with Beverly Hills and the team there. So for the Layton Consulting, they were pre-approved in 2011. So best practices and consistent with the Pulse procedures. Whenever you're doing, so the state law, professional services, you don't need a competitive bid. However, just best practices and consistent with keeping stuff cost effective, you'd get 3 bids. For this one, you guys did approve them. It does make business sense to go forward with them. So we would recommend that the Pulse procedure just be updated, that when those types of situations occur where only one is the best option, and this is why, that they note according to the board and that it's understood.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess we will be updating based on this anyway, our procedures, because that's ongoing. Every year we have an audit. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Noah. We're going to go on to Mr. Spitz.
Yes, with reference to all the reports, I want to say that these audit reports affirm the high quality of our current bond management team and related staffing of the district. I'm very pleased. As a one-time forensic auditor myself, I'm so pleased with the results of your audit and with your performance as our auditors. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions, but I thank you for your very thorough introduction and review. And just so that everyone that's watching stays aware, this is for the 18-19 year. So I think that's important, because sometimes we forget that it's not the actual year that we're in. It's the one, that's already been finished for a while. So, but I thank you for your very thorough update. And I'm happy to hear about the progress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right. Audits are always looking backwards.
And Mrs. Marcus, your turn.
Thank you. I was first of all, thank you for that very wonderful report. I feel very comfortable that there's somebody watching the store and we get to make sure that everything is done according to the way it should be done. And I feel very comfortable that this performance audit allows us to see that things are being done correctly. I have a question though that I keep seeing recurring even last year, and that is the one thing that says they need to implement an internal control structure. And I'm wondering why that keeps popping up and what it's referring to, because I've seen it in many reports, and I'm wondering why they're referring that we have to develop an adequate system, and I don't know what they're referring to. I wondered if you could explain that.
Yes. So whenever we do these performance audits, we evaluate the effectiveness and the efficiency of internal controls. So whenever we're going through the audits, we validate that we have the reasonable information to support our observations or recommendations. Within our report, we provide the internal control improvement opportunities, which relate to the bond program specifically. So any of the internal control issues that we observed, we report within the report.
And who's responsible basically for making sure that you get those in the report? Who makes that? Who presents
yeah,
that?
so that would be us. The standards that we go by, we set the criteria, we review the documentation, we review that it's in line with best practices and Pulse procedures. So you guys have really good Pulse procedures. You guys have really good team that has the segregation of duties being applied. So the internal control improvement opportunities noted within our audit procedures are noted within the report. We do have other districts that they don't have policy procedures, they don't have organizational charts, and there's a lot of gaps, and those reports are a lot longer than this one.
So you're satisfied that we are doing a good job with them for the most part then? Is that what I'm to understand?
Yep. So our team loves writing really long reports when we have the opportunity to write those. And based off this audit, this is a clean, good audit from my experience. And we noticed some of the areas that we can improve upon. But yeah, the results here are really good compared to other districts that we do these types of services for.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
You know, I think this is a long way from where we were a few years ago with Measure E, and I'm so thrilled because I think it's been a lot of work, and you know, I think the board has taken this very serious, and I'm just really thrilled that we kind of turned that circle. I'd love for you to come back next year and say that there are no findings or that there's no issues of concern, but to have 3 nailed down, and I believe, you know, based on what the report says that these are doable things and action items that we can improve upon. So I'm looking forward to maybe having staff come back to us in the near future and convey to us how they will look to address these 3 issues so that we get them out of the report. I think Mr. Blake is on the phone, on the call, and I'm sure that he takes this very serious, and I know that he's always motivated to get a clean audit, a clean report. So I'm looking forward to that discussion if there's a commitment from the board to move in that direction. And I would hope that this is an opportunity for us to evaluate a near future meeting where we can address these 3 issues and try to nail this so that we don't have this reoccurring. But thank you for your time, and I don't have any questions. I read the report, it's very thorough, and again, thank you for being here. I think we're still going to have you stick around because we are going to move into, I lost my here. We're going into the audit report. No, the report. Yes, we are moving into the performance audit report.
So President Hacker, we're going to shift gears a little bit and move into the bond financial audit. So we have Hadley here from Moss Levy to walk us through the financial audit of the 2 bond programs.
Hi, Mr. Hadley. How are you?
Good.
Welcome back.
How are you? How's everyone? So
we are good, thank you. It's good to see you.
All right. So basically, we are doing the financial part of the audit, the BH and the Measure E. We basically making sure the bond proceed is deposited to the district, the building fund, and making sure the Measure E and Measure BH are separate and report under their own resources and own accounts. And we ensure we're making sure the expenditure is correctly charged to each measure. And this audit is from July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. And both measure we issue a modified opinion on the financial statement, and which means this is a clean audit, and the fund is present accordance to GAAP, and there's no material. We believe there's no material misstatement in the financial statement. And at the end of the year, Measure E still have about $125 million to spend, and Measure BH is like last year, they issued the first series of bond of $160 million. At the end of the year, there's about $158 million left to spend. All the expenditure, we sample all the expenditure, and we believe the expenditure is charged accordance to the measure and is charged properly. to each measure. And then just, is there any question?
Okay, so thank you for that report, Mr. Margot.
Thank you, Hallie. Nice to see you again. This is a question actually for Wade. So both reports indicated about the lack of somebody representing the Taxpayer Association. I haven't looked at the latest roster. Has that been rectified since?
I would have to check to see. There may be someone else on the call that would know, but that's always an issue with the CBOC getting someone from the Taxpayers Association. But I'll check on it for the board. I'm not sure offhand, but someone on the call may know.
Yes, I can tell you that we did do a bit of a search to find somebody that would fit that role, and someone suggested at our last meeting to even put a small ad in the newspaper so that we can get some people that might see that might find that interesting and attractive. So the search continues, but we are looking and we're following up on any leads that we can to make sure that we have that person on the team.
Okay, so judging by that answer, we still don't have that representation.
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Well, we should try to get it before July 1st so we don't get it on 2 more audits then. So thank you, guys.
Okay, Mr. Spitz. Thank you, Mr. Margot.
Well, once again, this is a very, very clean audit report, and I'm very, very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
I concur, and for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to go too much further. Thank you, Hadley. Nice to see you again.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus.
No comment. I'm just very pleased that they're keeping the money straight, and what's being used for BH is for BH and E is for E, and they're keeping it very straight and a very clean report. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. I have no questions, and I appreciate your time, and I'm happy that the report seems to be a clean one, and we hope we continue on down that path. This is all very good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Wade, I defer to you.
Yes, so we would just request tonight that the board accept these audits. You don't necessarily have to approve them, but you need to accept them into the record.
Okay, great. So we will go around and say accept or do not accept. Mr. Margot?
Yes, I accept them. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marquez?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So that will be entered into the record as accepting from 5 board members. Thank you. Moving on. Okay, we have Dr. Breggy. I'm going to defer to you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I was having some difficulties earlier.
We hear you.
Great. So at this point, let's see. The approval of the resolution for our student board member, Thomas Recupero, is on our agenda today. And so I just wanted to take a few moments to talk a little bit about Thomas and what he has brought to our school district, and just knowing him after just a year. And then, of course, anybody that would like to chime in, that would be fantastic. And I don't know if you're going to read the resolution or not, Isabel, but in the meantime, I just want to thank Thomas for jumping right in. He was somebody who very early on, after being selected as the student board member, that he made an appointment with me, and we had some meetings, and I was able to update him on a lot of what was happening in the school district. And what was really nice about Thomas's approach was that he got this early on, that there was the difference between looking at some of the decisions at one school site versus several other sites. And so Thomas came on at a very unusual time, and it was right after reconfiguration. So he was able to see how that began to unfold and be part of the instructional and activities that came after reconfiguration. So he was able to see how a lot of what we had talked about as far as improving education and opportunities for our students, he was able to see that be put into action. So that was a real benefit for him. And so he was somebody that, setting him apart from some others, had that ability as a student board member to see things from the district perspective. And that's not easy to do, especially when you're 17 or 18 years old. But he jumped right in. He was extremely ethical, just very honest, asked a lot of honest questions. And that was really the thing that got me was he took a deep dive into a lot of our work and asked questions about all of the oil well decommissioning and with Metro. He knows that his role was to spread information amongst the district. And so one thing that he did that sets him apart from some other student board members in my past is that he was involved and visible at the other schools. I mean, this is the first time where I've known that a student board member has actually gone to events at night at other schools, plays and choir concerts and things like that. And that really was very representative of what our current board does. So he took that role very seriously and also did that as a student board member. And just the final thing is just leading by example. He was very reflective in his thoughts and his decision making. And I thought that he was just an excellent representation of Beverly Hills High School. And I could not be any more pleased with the work that he did this year. It's going to be really sad to see him go. No doubt about it. We've had a lot of opportunities to get to know each other well. And I know that we'll be in touch for the future, because that's just the kind of guy he is. So I just want to say thank you to Thomas for everything that you did. I know that I'm certainly a better superintendent because of our experiences and working together. So thank you.
So what I will say, Dr. Breggy, I just went through my emails. I don't see the resolution, and I was wondering if you had it, because
I have it, Mr. Tucker.
Okay, so if someone can read it, please, that would be great. I don't see it captured in mine unless
it's attached to the agenda, but I'll be happy to read it if you don't mind. And I'll also make the motion before we do that, to make the motion to approve resolution 2019-2020-031.
Yes, I'll second.
Second.
Okay. Whereas Thomas Recupero, a senior at Beverly Hills High School, served as student member of the Board of Education June 2019 through June 2020, and whereas Thomas Recupero, elected by his high school peers, was the student representative for all students in the Beverly Hills Unified School District, and whereas Thomas Recupero was a strong advocate for empowering Beverly Hills High School students and boldly supporting and encouraging student involvement in district decision-making, and whereas Thomas Recupero fulfilled his youth leadership role in a professional manner, and his high visibility in attending events at all BHUSD school and his participation in programs across the district, and whereas Thomas Recupero was an intelligent, bright spokesperson for all students who provided knowledgeable comments and meaningful contributions to the board meetings. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Beverly Hills Unified School District Board of Education does hereby commend Thomas Recupero for his contributions to the Board of Education as the student representatives with this resolution presented this 26th day of May, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Margot, for reading that. And we will now go around and have some comments for Mr. Recupero. Mr. Margot, we'll start with you.
Oh, I just read the resolution. Those will be my comments.
Okay, I know.
I can't beat that.
Okay, so, okay, thank you, Mr. Margot. Mr. Spitz.
Thomas, I'm looking at your picture and I see you're not alone. Can I assume that those people are related to you somehow?
Yes, these are my parents.
Yay.
Well, parents, you have every right to be proud of this young man. Thomas, you've set a high standard for the student representatives who will follow you to this board. You've more than fulfilled your responsibilities. You've contributed creative ideas and solutions to problems. You've been very, very special. And boy, do I expect a lot from you in the future. Congratulations.
Mrs. Walker Schuman.
Thomas, there have been so many things that we really heavily relied on your opinion for this year. On top of being in the midst of our launch of the middle school and reconfiguration, you were a big contributor to our mission and vision statement as we rewrote them, to the branding effort through the months, and also in discussions about our calendar, among some other really hot button topics that we've covered and discussed this year. Your contributions have been invaluable. You've been thoughtful, creative, balanced, and always accounted for the student perspective and given us your feedback through the lens of the students. Your participation undoubtedly improved the outcomes of our discussions and our decision making. And I have every confidence that the future is very bright for you in the years ahead. You've certainly left some very big shoes to fill. And I thank you for your role. And I thank your family for giving up so many hours with you and letting you come and spend those hours with us. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker Schuman. Mrs. Marcus.
Good evening, Thomas and your family. It's nice to see you. I just want to tell you that when I first saw this on the agenda, I knew that I was going to write some things down, and I wrote some things down, and unfortunately, everything that I wrote down was just said in the resolution. Everything is true, and I wrote everything down at the thing. But I remember one thing particularly, and I was quite impressed. So dedicated to the job that you even showed up for a meeting in your baseball uniform. And I loved seeing that. I know you're quite an athlete, and I know that I can't believe how busy you can be. You are an athlete, a scholar, and everything, and you're going out with all the laurels that possibly you could have. I don't know where you're going to college. I did ask that question in a note that I left you, but I know you're going to set the world on fire, and I look forward to it because you're one terrific kid. And I would not want to come to the job next year and fill your shoes. You're leaving a tough shoe to fill. So good luck to you. Thank you for being there and for all that you gave us. Your smile is just so infectious. Thank you.
To Thomas and to your parents, I've had the pleasure of knowing you since you were 5 years old, and it's been really amazing to see you grow up to the man that you've become. And I can't say how it just seems like it was yesterday that you were in kindergarten, and today, look at you, you're going to WashU. Mrs. Marcus, he's going to WashU University in St. Louis, which is just around the corner, as you know. And so, I think your parents have done a very nice job raising you. I know your parents are solid people, and you're an extension of their good guidance and their values. And so congratulations to them. You should be very proud, as I'm sure you are. We're looking to you for the future. You have a wonderful future ahead of you. I think that when you look back at your experience in Beverly, you have a very special experience that you fulfilled, and that is that you've been a leader for your students, for your colleagues at the high school, and you will never forget that, and they will never forget you. And so I appreciate your voice, and I wish you a lot of the luck and all the best to you, Thomas, because you're special and you deserve it, and as every young person, but it's especially nice to say to you because you really have transformed into this wonderful human being, and I know that we can expect great things from you. So thank you and good luck to you, and well done, parents. Dustin, did you want to add any comments?
Nope.
Okay.
Just congratulations, Thomas, and thank you for all your work and you've been a huge part of the middle school success with athletics programs, and so thank you so much for all of it.
And I just want to tell the board that we delivered something to Thomas, and he actually was there to receive it, literally on the street. So thank you for being so practical with your time. It was great seeing you this morning. Thank you.
And
Thomas?
Thomas, we have something for you as well. We weren't as efficient as the board, but we hope that you like it, and we'll be sending it to you very soon over the next couple of days. We're just very proud of you, and I'm so glad this isn't in person because I'd probably get all choked up. This is helpful to be in front of a TV screen right now, but you've just been fantastic, and I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to say, but we're certainly just so fortunate to be able to work with you this year.
Yeah, I do have something to say, but should I do it now or during the board report?
Well, you can do whatever you want. That's the beauty of all this.
All right, awesome. I'll do it right now.
All right.
So as we know, we are all living in interesting times, to say the very least, and there is other relevant business to handle right now, but I just wanted to give a proper farewell and thank you to everyone. I promise I won't be too long. I know that no one envisioned the end of the school year to conclude like this, but here we are. Now I understand why everyone says time flies, because it really does. I remember my first study session last June in the boardroom discussing the mission and vision statement like it was yesterday. There are a ton of things to relish that occurred throughout this school year, from one-to-one device rollout to a brand new middle school athletic program, and there are many things to look forward to. This year was the first year in the district's long history with a reconfigured middle school, and it was truly a fantastic year. Considering that there are always a few hiccups, there was so much success and so much to look forward to in the coming years. In addition, a major part of the high school construction is going to conclude next April, and after students return to school, I believe everyone will value the experience and time on campus much more. I also wanted to recognize Hawthorne, El Rodeo, and my alma mater, Horace Mann. Once a sense of normalcy is restored, this district will once again be the lighthouse district we talk about, if it is not already. I'm going to start at the top, and I just want to say I'm so impressed with the leadership Dr. Breggy provides and his effectiveness in moving projects forward and getting things done. This community is so appreciative of your long hours and hard work. The future of this district is very bright in your hands. Next, I also wanted to appreciate and thank the 5 board members. They volunteer their time for the betterment of this district. You guys provide the guardrails and set the direction for the school district, and I truly appreciate that. As a student board member throughout this year, I've been able to build and strengthen relationships with so many people, from administrators to custodial staff. I'm definitely going to miss walking around the district office after practice, stopping by to say hello. This district and community are lucky to have the hardworking district administration and school site administration we have. For 13 years as a student, I have been taught by about 70 teachers. I would not trade my education and experiences from these outstanding teachers I had for anything. As a board member, I've been able to meet and cross paths with the countless other awesome teachers that motivate, engage, and ultimately teach the next generation, us, the students. Now the students. I'm so glad to have had the opportunity to get to know so many new faces this year. It has also been my pleasure representing every student in this district from pre-K to 12th grade. I ask that you continue to be curious and stay involved. All the amazing other organizations and people behind the scenes, including BHEF and the school site PTAs, I want to thank you for everything you guys do for the students. This district would not be where it is today without your endless support. In the future, I hope that the community at large will continue to be engaged, involved, and curious while being appreciative of everything this district has to offer. Lastly, although I'm excited to move on to the next step in my life, I will always cherish the time and countless memories I've had in this district and the fulfilling experience of serving as a student board member. This has been one of the most memorable and enjoyable things I have done in this district, and I'm truly honored to have served this year. I wish that my farewell, or last dance in Michael Jordan terms, could have been in person, but I would have probably been crying at this point. I cannot begin to tell you what this position has done for me and how much I've truly matured. I love being a student and also being able to represent my peers in a professional environment on the board. I'm so happy to say that I can leave this district knowing that it is better and will continue to follow this trend. I know that in the future I will find myself still involved with this school district. Whether it is attending my brother's events or when I'm older as an involved parent and community member, an educator, or even board member. But I'm so grateful to have spent the last 13 years in this district, the last one serving as a student board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Recupero. That was lovely and well said. We appreciate that. You can say it again during board comments. How's that? Okay, thank you again. So we have a resolution for you. I think we're going to mail it to you, right, Dr. Reggie? We're going to make sure it finds its way in a nice form to you. And we wish you well, Thomas. Thank you for everything.
We have to vote on the resolution.
Yes, we do, Mr. Margot. Thank you. Mr. Margot's like, ready to go to the next thing. Okay, so do we have a motion, Mr. Margot?
We made the motion already.
We did already? I must have.
And the
Okay,
second.
Yes, right, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. Okay, thank you. So we're going to go around. Mr. Margot.
Yes, proudly.
Mr. Spitz.
Yes.
Mr. Spitz. Mrs. Marcus.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. I skipped you. Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you so much, all. That's 5-0. And congratulations again, Thomas. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Is anyone pulling from consent?
Yes. President Hacker, I wish to pull number 11D.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm going to pull 11D.
Okay, I wanted to pull that one as well. Anybody else? No? Okay, so can I please have a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item 11D?
So moved.
Okay,
I'll second.
and Mrs. Walker-Schuman will second. Thank you. We will now have a discussion. Mr. Spitz?
Do we want to
We
vote on that?
Yes, we want to vote. We should vote, please, on the consent calendar minus 11D. All those in favor, Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus? Okay, Mrs. Marcus is on the phone. I will say yes. So it passes 4-0. Okay, discussion on item D. Mr. Spitz, you have the floor.
Yes. I have one very brief issue, and that is on the Goal Book Pathways proposal, the toolkit, the second one that's listed. And my problem is this, that in the third line from the bottom of this proposal, the year is missing. The year, it should say 2020-21. That is the first year of this 3-year contract. And that is, and at the end of that year, in order for the contract to continue, it would have to be voted. There would have to be a vote to extend it. So I'm just saying that, and I think it was probably a typo, that the year 2020-21 was omitted. I'd like to see it added in. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Breggy, did you want to respond to that? I think I heard you. Did you have a response, Dr. Breggy, or somebody?
No, I think that if it's the matter of a date, which I think that that's important to have on there as far as any agreement or proposal. So I don't think that that's a problem at all. I think Mr. Spitz is right. I think that there is just an omission.
It is a typo.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus?
There was also a typo on the amount of money between the proposal and the form, which I brought to the attention. I believe you saw that, Ms. Chisholm, between the 27,000 and the 20,000 for the toolkit. On the proposal, it was 1, and on the form, they finally got it right. I just wanted to make sure that that was corrected. And then also, I'd just like to point out that that this particular goal book pathway, I brought up a lot of questions about it, but it is going to be, when the strategic plan comes out, this is going to help the teachers align with the strategic plan, a very strong program. And they did do a great job of vetting the program and vetting this particular company. And there have been people there were teachers involved in the selection of it, which is a question that I asked, and that there will be a professional development day for the teachers, which is paid for, by the way, within the contract of the goal book. And last but not least, I believe that the 52 teachers are for the K-5, all the K-5 teachers that are going to be involved, and then the 38 teachers are going to be the special ed teachers, K-12, if I'm remembering correctly. And a lot of these things were not pointed out, so I just wanted to make that clear, so that everybody would understand that this is really a very comprehensive plan to improve the students in the special ed program, as well as the K-5 students, and bringing them so the teachers will be in alignment with the standards and so on.
Okay, so my question was about the typo in regards to the year. All of my questions were answered. The only other thing that I have to say is 52 teachers will be involved. I forgot to ask, the principals are aware of this, I'm assuming, and they understand the purpose of this and the objective behind it? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Dustin?
Yes, the principals started the review process back in January as well. And so they've been a part of this.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that I'm satisfied with the answers provided. Thank you. We can call for the question.
So, Mrs. Hacker, I'd like to put the motion on the table to approve the goal book pathway and toolkit proposals, obviously with the change of including the date.
I second the motion.
Okay.
I second it.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to call for the question. All those in favor, Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the screen, so it's playing with my mind. Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you, guys, and I'm sorry about that. So that motion passes 5-0. We're going to move on to our next item on the agenda. May I please have, let's see, I need a motion.
Reports.
Reports, I'm sorry. We are Superintendent's report, Dr. Brecky.
Yes, and I am going to share my screen with you. Okay, and can somebody just tell me if you can see that okay?
No, yes. Not large enough.
Bigger.
Bigger.
No.
Yes.
So I wanted to provide the school board with, in our public, an opportunity to look at what's going to be happening, some celebrations in the district, as well as some longer term decisions that we are going to be looking at and then sharing with the Board of Education. Some of the celebrations coming up with graduation and promotions. We have an individual student scholar. CTIP is our induction for teachers, for our second-year teachers, and our senior athletes, their college signing. Cannot be underestimated, these outstanding celebrations for this time of year. And then finally, our Apple Awards, which I'm just going to touch on. And then I'm going to start moving into some of our COVID-19 planning stages and some of the things that we're looking at, some of the challenges, and then some of the options will be talked about, and then just overall instructional updates from Mr. Mead at the high school. So here's just a list. If people would want to look, this will be on the posted on the website as well. Just some of the higher profile graduation promotion activities that are happening. There's so many things that are happening with collection of textbooks and other materials that are happening. And I didn't list all of those, but these are the higher profile activities happening from what has just changed. As you know, the decision on doing the drive-by graduations changed just Friday. And so we are really scrambling at this point because we, when they were prohibited activities, we just had stopped the planning process because we were told that we could not do that. It didn't follow the safer at home order. And so when that announcement was reversed, and there's several of us that had been working with the county to get that reversed, it was a surprise to us. So on Friday, then we were scrambled just to try to figure out how we could get something in play. It's unfortunate for some of the school districts that canceled their graduation and just last week because the announcement just came Friday. But we're fortunate enough to still put something together that will be something to look forward to so that we can recognize our students at the high school. Beverly Vista Middle School, because of this as well, they are exploring some options. Today they were passing out yard signs to 8th graders to celebrate their accomplishments. And now Mr. Allen is working with his PTA to see if there is some sort of activity that they could involve themselves in so that they're also recognizing our students. And again, this is because of that change that happened on Friday. And because of that change, we're also looking at promotion, which is a little bit different, but more of a drive-by promotion where students would be recognized at Horace Mann and at Hawthorne. In addition to not only the opportunity to celebrate and to provide a diploma or a promotion certificate, is something we're very excited about, and that is the virtual commencement, the movie that has been put into place, and so many people have been involved in that. And we're just so fortunate that the quality is of the highest quality. So this is not a template type production. This is going to be something that people are going to be very proud of and want to keep for a very long time. So those are some of the exciting things happening with graduation and promotion. A quick shout out to Matthew Alana, who is he's a presidential scholar for 2020, and that is being awarded by the U.S. Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, and she has announced him to be a presidential scholar, which is a very big honor, and it's very few people across the country are recognized. So our shout out to Matthew. Several of us just last week had the opportunity to watch some presentations, all via Zoom and Google Hangout. It's very important in our teacher induction program, that second year when our teachers are giving a presentation and they are then, if they're successful, awarded a clear credential. And so I know that Mr. Pavoni and Mr. Seaman and I were able to be part of the presentations for two of our teachers, Radames Cruz Medina, who's a Spanish teacher at BVMS, and then Tiffany Graham, who teaches art at Horace Mann. Just a quick shout out to our senior athletes that are in their college signings. So we are very excited that we have athletes that are doing well. You can see there's Thomas there. And we're just very excited that this opportunity has come about just for additional opportunities. Not only are we seeing success at academically, but also athletically. And then our Apple Awards, which is our kind of the pivotal event at the end of the year, which signifies that we're getting close to the end of the school year. And it's an opportunity to recognize our teachers that are excelling inside and outside the classroom. And so you can see the award winners here from Beverly Hills High School, Phil Chang and Casey Rowley, and from BVMS, Josh Schmidt and Camille Campion. Hawthorne is Kathleen Greenleaf, and Horace Mann is Afi Delajani. And from the district office perspective, I have the opportunity to pick an administrator and also classified staff. And so I'm sure everybody knows these wonderful people, Richard Waters and Christy Schaefer. And so we will have a celebration, a virtual presentation and recognition for our Apple Awards, and that will be on Thursday, May 28th, and that will be at 4 p.m. So kind of turning into something a little bit more serious, and really why I know a lot of people are tuning in tonight is our COVID-19 current conditions. And I can tell you that there is not a public school district that has made a final decision for what's going to happen when schools are technically back for providing education services to our students in August. Everybody is kind of at the same place right now, and that is exploring a lot of our options. So I know that we have a lot of people attending tonight and a lot of people really intently listening. But I want to start off by saying that there has not been any final decisions. There is so much work to do in front of us. If you were listening earlier to a lot of our public comment, you can easily see and hear that people are all over the place and how they feel about COVID-19 and just the worldwide pandemic and how quickly we move or how slow we move. And so there's just lots of opinions. And so what's going to be very clear is staying in touch with what happens over the summer as conditions change. We still have over 2 months before school starts. And if you think it's even close to the amount of time that we've been in our safer at home order, so a lot can happen by then. And that's not to make light of the situation. We are still in phase 2 with Governor Newsom's plan with lower risk workplaces. Just this evening, I just flashed on my phone right now that they're starting to increase the number of workplaces that are going to be allowed to open and the types of services that they provide. So we'll have to stay tuned for that. One thing that comes up, and I want to make this clear, is and one thing that's very concerning to superintendents right now is being responsible for a K-12 education and providing a safe place where kids and staff can teach and learn, is that a lot of the guidelines and policies that come from a lot of our regulatory agencies are done with businesses in mind. And you can just see, like, this plan right here is very much centered around businesses. And so schools operate differently than businesses. We have a different way that we organize our students and our classes, and it's different from preschool to 12th grade. And so what's going to be frustrating, and I just want to throw this out there because this will be frustrating to everyone, and that is that there's very little in the way of mandates that come from the state. So there isn't a person at the state level or even the county level that is saying you have to do this and you have to do this way. Very few things. And so what is going to happen, and I want to just throw this out there that I want to be very, very careful about this, is that we can't compare ourselves against everybody else. Yes, it's important to know what other school districts are doing, absolutely. But what I'm afraid of is I don't want to have a culture of people using, well, this school district is doing this and another school district's doing that. Our job is going to be to provide lots of opportunities and options for the public and also to bring to our Board of Education. And so we are absolutely taking that challenge on, and it's a tough one, but I just want to be really careful when the local control is what it is, and thank goodness we have it, actually, is that you're going to see, and this will be very frustrating, is that every school district will open up differently, and there's going to be different options. And so we need to really focus on what is best for us and for our students and our population, our parents and our teachers, because that's going to be the most important thing. So yes, it's important that peripheral around us, what's happening around us, absolutely. But we really need to focus on what's happening in BHUSD. So some of the guiding principles going forward is that the CDC has made it really clear that, why some of the things are different, like why some businesses may be different than schools. And so having a low risk versus a more risk or a highest risk has to do with the longer the interaction with someone or other people, the longer the risk. And so those are some things that we need to take into consideration as we look at what type of options are we going to provide, whether it's all virtual, whether it's a blended approach, or that that kids are all back in school, and we're just not there to make any final recommendations right now, because I think it's important that we go through the process and learn as we go, because there's just so much information to be found. So the purpose of this particular presentation is we're going to be talking a lot about what best practices are for the physical reopening, because we're due back in August 17th, I believe, and we do need to keep some things in mind, and that is, what are those latest assessments coming from LACO Public Health? We have to keep in touch with what's happening, with what's being shared at the county level. Teaching and learning in 2020, 2021, as I mentioned, will look a little bit different, and not only just in other school districts in the state or in the county, but even in our own school district, it might look a little bit different. It most likely will, whether you're at the elementary level, the middle school, or the high school. So student and staff schedules may be a little bit different at each level, depending on how services are going to be provided. I talked about the differences and just the overall operations of our schools. They're laid out differently. They have different challenges when it comes to students potentially gathering in large areas. So we have to take that all into consideration, and it's really by school as well. One thing that will be coming out later this week is that LACO is putting together a framework for school districts to begin to look at kind of guiding them through this process of what works best for our school district. And so that should be out by tomorrow or the day after. But I did get a little information firsthand about how it's going to be structured and organized. And some of that framework looks like this. So there's instruction, which is already happening. So that was one area that we went immediately to our teachers and our educators to talk about what next year, what are those options, what are some possibilities, and that team will be reporting back to you. Mr. Seaman will shortly give you an update on where this options team is, and that's one area that they're focusing on, is this instructional area. In other areas, as you can see, the importance of each of them, in fact, if you look at this framework and you think back to the letters that were written by many of our parents and many of our staff, you will see that you could tag all of these areas in certain letters. And you could see that not everybody covered all of them. Some people focused on one area and not another. And that's going to be another one of our challenges, is that families are looking at their own child differently than the house next door. So whether it's emotional support, whether there's engagement from the community, and a focus on communication, because that's going to be key for us. And then just overall safety and health. We've got to look at when students are coming to school, when are they sent home? How are we handling people that are coming in, perhaps from another traveled area that may have a higher percentage of people with COVID-19. How are we going to handle those students? And then just overall operations, everything from cleanliness to how we're going to operate our schools on a daily basis. So the instructional piece, and I'm just going to go through these quickly because I know that there is some more important information that's going to be following. But this is why we're here, and it is absolutely instructionally driven. This is the most important thing to be able to provide high quality instruction, and that goes for preschool to 12th grade. And we need to focus on the curriculum piece and the assessment practices. And that's why this team has been very good and reflective about what's happening now and what needs to happen in the future. And clearly, I do want to say this, that I'm very proud of our teachers. I think that overall, our teachers have done an incredible job of redesigning, recreating, and kind of, again, reimagining how education looks to be delivered to our students. And the one thing that and I'm just going to say it because it's in my seat and in the seat of the cabinet and some of our principals, we get to see what's happening in the homes of our staff. And you would be absolutely amazed if you knew what was happening in some of these homes and the challenges that some of our staff undergo. And we sometimes forget that. If we're not directly impacted by COVID-19, we may have a different approach to what's happening or not happening as far as what's being sent home or delivered via Google Meets or Zoom from our classroom teachers. But I'm going to tell you that being the person that is aware of a lot of the challenges that are happening with not only our teachers, but their spouses and their significant others, that it is absolutely amazing that we were able to do this for as long as we can. And so I do want to thank them because, a lot of times there's a lot of people judging and evaluating, and I get that and I understand it. But if you only knew what was happening in some of our houses, that our teachers are still able to deliver underneath all of this pressure in these specific circumstances that are happening to our staff. That haven't called in substitutes. They still have shown up every day. So I want a quick shout out and thank you for our staff. And the one nice thing is our staff is very reflective. And so they know areas that went well and some areas that didn't go well. And again, this happened so quickly that it's easy to reflect upon that. But I think we know that it's very difficult to keep doing what we're doing now for the longer term, if that's an area that we're going to go. So we're going to talk about that in a little bit, but I want you to know this is our highest priority. I'm going to go through these very quickly because I talked about them a little bit, but the overall health and safety, and it's not obviously highest priority for our students, but also our staff as well, and the people coming in and out of our schools as visitors. We're fortunate to have so many volunteers, but there's a lot of traffic in and out of our schools, if you haven't noticed. And so we have to take that into consideration. How do we operate in a situation where we have to keep everybody healthy and safe? You heard this a lot in the letters. It's certainly one of my concerns as a superintendent that the social emotional support systems of our students. And I know that our staff has reached out and they're doing a great job. I was at BVMS today when families were driving by picking up signs, and it was just felt so great to see kids. And it was able to watch the kids' expressions when they saw some of their teachers and staff and principal, like they miss us a lot and we miss them too. So this is a big part of staying healthy and safe, and the social emotional piece. All of our kids are different, and boy, they are at home right now wondering, just like most of you, what will next year look like, and that's adding a lot of stress to our students. The family and community engagement piece. These are the areas. The most important thing that we need to focus on is, because we have a highly engaged community, is the communication piece to make sure that it's effective. As I mentioned, so many things are happening around us. We really need to focus on what's happening in BHUSD and sharing that information that's timely and effective with our students and our parents. and engaging stakeholders as well throughout this process, which we will be doing, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Overall operations and facilities, I'm in the district office now. There is a lot of people that are still at work in our schools, and we really need to start looking at how we are going to operate when that time comes, and how we're going to handle things in a safe manner with types of cleaning. Do we have the technology infrastructure to support some of the options that you may hear tonight? Everything from food services to also just budgeting and financial operations. The latest that I heard from Governor Newsom was that there is over a $50 million deficit in the budget in the state of California. So that affects everyone, including districts like ours. And so we will be looking at how that's impacting us. So best practices for reopening. I really am at a point where I know we've got some teachers talking about instruction. We're going to be engaging stakeholders, sharing, getting thoughts from our parents about some of these options, and getting an idea of what that may or may not look like. But also, I'm really going to be engaging some specialized community partners. And so I'm really going to be looking for, I'll be reaching out to not only some people in our PTA, but our people that are doctors that are in our community that can help guide and support our work when it comes to looking at our operations and some of the health and safety policies and procedures that we have to see, can it work and is it considered to be a best practice? And I was a former high school principal and math teacher. And so I really going to be looking for some specialized help, whether it comes to operations or the medical piece, and just overall health and safety. So I'm going to be reaching out to people, community partners, to help guide some of the work as we go forward. Just a couple of things before we move on to the options committee with Mr. Seaman, and he'll talk a little bit about some of those options and the survey results. I want to, just on a very positive note, we've been in JPA negotiations with our city. This is my second round. 3.5 years ago, we had JPA negotiations with our city. And I have to say, and hats off to President Mrs. Hacker and Mrs. Marcus for being on the team with Mr. Roach and Mr. Ellis. We've had really great discussions and a very great relationship with the city. It's not anything that we can release right now, but I will say we are working very closely together to keep this partnership that we have. It's one of the strongest that I've ever seen. It's probably in the best place now than in the entire time that I've been here in the last 4 years. So I'm very proud of where we are with our JPA negotiations. So I'm hoping to come back to you soon so that we can share the good news once this agreement is finished. But we are well on our way, and there's just so many people along the way, the district and also in the city and the city council that have really worked collaboratively during these tough and unpredictable times. So just a couple things coming up just in a second with the options committee, Mr. Seaman, and then just at the high school, to be at a high school and you're putting together a master schedule in a declining enrollment period, whether you're declining or you're increasing, that master schedule every year changes. And so we'll touch base with Mr. Mead, get some board questions about what's happening with the master schedule, just instruction, just an update with Mr. Mead in just a few minutes. But I will turn it over to Mr. Seaman now so that he can update you on what's happening in the instructional realm of this overall framework that we're looking at.
Thank you, Dr. Buggy. I will start to share my screen. And if someone can just tell me that you can see my screen.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Education and viewers. I see a lot of teachers viewing today and a lot of parents, so that's great. We set out less than 2 weeks ago after our last board meeting to really start to try to get into the weeds of what could options look like for the 2021 school year. So in that process, we were able to select representatives of each of kind of those grade bands. So you'll see these are the members of the options committee that's helping us kind of develop and vet out what is really an option for us and what isn't. What is feasible within BHUSD and what is not feasible. So you'll see that we have early representation all the way from TK all the way to math representation to the high school. In addition, we have technology representation and also our building leads. So this is the committee that has been helping along the process. And I thank everyone on the committee because it has been a lot of hours and a lot of time meeting with different staff across the district, meeting from maintenance and operations all the way to elementary teachers. So we set out about 2 weeks ago with a question in mind, and that guiding question really behind our work was we had to disassemble a system overnight. We now have a couple of months to reassemble that system. Are we coming back to something better? What social impact do we need to consider? And so the focus groups that we met and discussed this question with, we first met with the assistant principals, technology department, and athletics. We then met with a group of elementary school teachers, then middle and high school teachers. We also met with maintenance and operations. We met with business and food services. We had just met with cabinet. And then tonight we're bringing the information to the Board of Education for discussion as well. Last but not least, you most have just seen or received a survey that was sent out to both teachers and our family. So in consideration, as we're starting to try to answer that question, we looked at the following 7 topics. And this is what a lot of our conversation has been around. One, obviously, and it is by priority in a sense of safety's first, instruction next, that social emotional support, technology to support all the top 3, can facilities operate, and then what are the logistics behind these plans? And then last but not least, how do we communicate, train, and plan before the first day of school? So everything in consideration, we kind of went into this as 3 lenses. So there's 3 large options, and you'll see within this presentation, there's a multitude of smaller options within the larger ones. So the obvious one that everyone, is kind of talking about is maintaining virtual learning. However, Home Learning Plan 2.0 obviously ends at the end of the school year. Our plan as an options committee was never to return back to that plan. It was to vet out options that we could deliver curriculum that was UC approved and NCAA approved and would be able to support special education and all the way down to elementary. And we were able to find systems such as Goalbook, which was just approved this evening, that can support our elementary teachers and our special education population. In addition, Apex Learning, which is a system that we already currently employ through our Independent Learning Center. In addition, we are running in partnership with BHEF, Apex Learning to do the virtual learning over the summer. Obviously, this would be a work in progress if we needed to maintain the virtual learning, or if this was an option that we were moving into the fall, where we would start to look at how often are we in our teachers meeting with our students. And then we'd also need to plan a exit plan. One of the things you'll notice through these options are we're not just looking about how do we enter into fall of 2020, but if anything were to change or lift, how do we exit out of those plans? And that's something that the community and everybody needs to be aware of. Is it might sound easy to throw a plan at the wall, but then how do you get out of it once we're able to return, say, back to the new normal? So we would want to stay within this platform until we had a natural break in grading, say whether we were able to return back full time by the end of Q1, well, we would maintain that platform until the end of Q1. Or say if it was after Q1, then we would stop utilizing it at semester 1. So we've been considering an exit plan along this whole process. So the first big lens obviously is Option 1 is the virtual learning, utilizing a platform that is UC and NCAA approved, leveraging the expertise of our teachers and content specialists to help deliver that curriculum to our students in a virtual way, with a natural break at a grading period to be able to resume back once it is clear for us to resume back. So that is option 1. Option 2 is where, this becomes almost the Wild West. There are a lot of ideas out there, and it takes a lot of time to vet them. So taking into consideration some of what's already in place of the 6-foot distance, social distancing expectation, wearing PPE, the blended model allows for us to still continue utilizing a platform, utilizing Goldbook and Apex Learning to have a system that's consistent across courses and across teachers to deliver instruction to students with tutorials available for those students when they need additional support. Outside of the teachers being the content specialists in monitoring and facilitating this progress through the curriculum. However, there are some courses that we need to consider, and you'll see in the last bullet point, the performance-based courses. And we as the committee kind of clump them in this sense. Anything that needs to be physically manipulated, so band, art, makerspace, are some of the examples that are of these performance-based courses that do not lend themselves naturally to a platform-based curriculum. And so I'm going to jump into option 2 a little bit deeper. So in option 2, we have about 4 or 5 different options within that option 2. So the first and foremost is just the performance-based coursework. If we were to maintain our core curriculum online through a platform, we could possibly work on a rotating schedule where we're able to deliver within our classrooms a different performance-based group worth of coursework each day. So on Monday could be possibly visual arts, on Tuesday possibly physical education, Wednesday performing arts, Thursday STEM, makerspace, engineering, CTE, Friday science labs. That's one possibility of a blended format. Another one is if we were to maintain the virtual learning, but we needed, because a lot of our parents are both parents in the household are working and they need to return back to work. We can provide then in another version of this, a specific classroom for each grade level for those children to come back from virtual learning to receive support in the classroom. So we'd have a first grade classroom available for those parents, a second grade classroom, all the way up to a middle school classroom to a high school classroom. In addition, under this blended model, we could also, and we vetted a AM PM cohort. So working through this, you'll see that on the, I gotta think, on your screen, on the left-hand side of your screen, the AM schedule would possibly run about from 7:30 to 11, about 210 minutes per day. Again, these times can be adjusted. These minutes can be added or subtracted. These are just options for us to be able to see it visually. But where the elementary students would maintain in their classroom with their teacher, and it would be half of that. So only half of the class would show up in the AM, and then the other half of the class would show up in the PM, which would be on the right side of your screen from the 12 to 3:30. In the middle school and in the high school, you'll see if you drop down on either column to the second bullet, we would be able to then minimize their classes and create a small little master schedule where they basically would move about 31 minutes within the course with a 4-minute passing period because you have 50% of the population on campus. In the morning, they would pick up their lunches on their way out. It could be a boxed lunch and take out as they're leaving campus. That time is off, and I apologize. But in addition, on the PM, the students coming in would pick up their lunch and then eat that lunch within their first classroom. I'll jump to the next one. Another idea and another option that is vettable for the blended model is split days. So you'll see an A day on the left side of your screen and a B day on your right side. Students, again, would be separated or split out of the master schedule by 50%, where we would then have a cohort that would run on Monday and Thursday, and then a cohort that would run on Tuesday and Friday. For the elementary students, the students then that came on Monday and Thursday, the specialist teachers, we would create a rotating schedule. So that way those students would have access to their specialist teachers as well, who would come to the classroom to deliver that instruction instead of having the littler students moving through the hallways. In the middle school and high school, we would then allow them to follow their current schedule. At the middle school, we would have to shorten the time down on the block scheduling where it's rotating currently to fit it all into a single day. And I will show you examples of this. So if we were to do one option of a middle high school split schedule, you will see where we've taken the 7 periods and stretched them over 2 days in an 1.5 hour block, where you'll see that we have a shortened lunch for students to be able to pick up and move. And you'll see that basically on an A day, which would be Monday, and then on Thursday, the student would go through periods 1 through 4 on Monday, and then periods 5, 6, 7, with an opportunity of social distancing of an extracurricular. Kind of around that social emotional learning is that connection. So can we run student council? And only half of them would be showing up for those meetings and utilizing the cafeteria and separating students by tables, but at least adding some of this extracurricular back into their schedule. We also can do it full days, where on this schedule, you'll see where then the students see all 7 periods twice a week in shortened time frames. So you'll see if I'm an A day student, I come on Monday and Thursday, and then I come through all 7 periods of the day. And then if I'm a B student, I come on Tuesdays and Fridays. You'll notice on both schedules that the Wednesday was left free, and that was feedback provided to us around cleaning and preparing for the following set. I'm hearing feedback.
Dustin, I can't see on my, anyways, just on my screen, I can't capture the days that A day would be or B day. Do you, I know you're referencing Tuesdays and Thursdays. Are you just using those as a discussion?
I apologize. It cut off on my slide. So can everyone see my arrow? So this would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sorry for that. You can see it. It had cut off on my drag and drop, and I apologize. So yeah, this would be Monday and our work our way across. So this would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And this is similar to here too. This would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So again, another option under the blended model to be considered as we start to move forward with this is intensive 30 days. So we know that we have 180 instructional days within the school year. If you look at that and start to look at how do we offer advancement courses during summer school, we run intensive coursework. So we thought, thinking outside of the box and trying to vet it out if it was even possible, of taking the 6 classes that a typical student is enrolled in and dividing those over 30 days. So meaning you would take period 1 for the first 30 days of school, then you would take period 2, the next 30 days of school, period 4, the next 30 days. So you'll see in option 1, you can do one version of this is rotating days, where in a live model, classes will be divided into 3, because you have to recall that if we are social distancing our current structure through M&O, we can fit 12 students 6 feet apart in each of our classrooms across the district. So if we have 30 students enrolled in a course, we would have to divide by 3. So you would see that period 1, if it's at the fall, they would meet on Monday, then period, the second third would meet on Tuesday, the third would meet on Wednesday, and then the first third would come back on Thursday, and we would have to set up a rotating schedule throughout with a clear calendar to be able to ensure everybody knew what days that they would need to be in attendance. However, you can also take the 30-day intensive and divide it into 3 sections, where if you take the class and divide it into 3, you have a class that comes from 8 to 10, a class that comes from 11 to 1, or a class, and then the third half of the class can come from 1:30 to 3:30. Again, in smaller pockets, more intensive, and dividing the 6 courses over the 180 days. Last but not least, the last big option. So we talked about virtual learning with a platform that needs to be, that has been vetted out to provide consistency across all courses, all grade levels. We talked about option 2, which is really a blended model. And we provided you a couple different ways to look at how a blended model could possibly look. And last but not least is obviously returning to our new normal, right? It would be creating opportunities for grade level articulation, meaning ensuring that as we're passing our students on to the next grade level, ensuring that our teachers have an opportunity over the summer to talk about those students moving on to the next grade band, to ensure that there are not any educational gaps based off Home Learning Plan 2.0. Our primary focus really moving into that would be around standards and project-based learning. And I say this because remember, we always have to have an exit plan. What had happened to us in March, we don't want to be faced with that moving forward. We want to ensure if we do come back, regular school, regular master schedule, what is our exit plan? And that's where we want to focus primarily on our standards and our project-based learning. We want to continue to support the integration of technology. I believe that, and I think our committee knows that our teachers have really embraced and engaged technology over virtual or home learning in our current plan. We'll definitely have to focus on the social emotional learning and integration of the students and our staff back onto campus. And then provide an option for those that decide not to attend school, a virtual option. So whether that be increase our independent learning center or start to create a satellite independent learning center at the middle school and elementary school for those families that do not wish to bring back their student at this time. So those are the 3 big lenses I want us to start to kind of consider, and that the committee has really worked hard and a lot of hours on vetting out these options. I'm going to jump into the 2 surveys that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. And I think it's important for people to be able to see this and come from a transparent light. So at this time, this is preliminary teacher data. So as of 11 a.m. this morning, 198 teachers had responded. And you'll see on this graph, what is the comfort level? And we wanted to engage where we are currently. What is it at this time? Again, like Dr. Breggy had stated earlier, things could change in June and July, but at this time in moment, 31.8% would like to return to the physical campus following social distancing. 30% resume home learning, and then 34.3% prefer a blended approach. In addition, you'll see there are additional options offered by the teachers that we as a committee will review and also vet those out as well. For the preliminary parent data, asking the exact same question, at this time, how do they feel about returning their student back to BHUSD? You'll see that 54.4% prefer to return their student to the traditional brick and mortar. 27 would prefer a blended format, and 13.7 preferred a distance learning. Again, you'll see in this chunk here, there is a laundry list of other options that were recommended, and we as a committee will definitely dive into that. One of the things that is a highlight is already by 11 a.m., we've already had 592 parents or family members submit to the survey. So we appreciate the feedback when the survey is still open. And again, as this starts to morph and modify, like Dr. Breggy had said, we will keep the community and all of our teachers abreast to the most current information that we have. The last couple of questions on the parent survey is, in our current home learning plan 2.0, I felt that my student received appropriate amount of work was 53.9%, too much work was at 19.4%, and too little work was at 26.7%. And this information is part of what the committee is considering, and I know that the Board of Education and Cabinet will also take this into consideration if we were to continue with a virtual learning model for the fall of 2021. Second to last question, in our current home learning plan 2.0, I felt that my student interacted with technology. One of the concerns and one of the questions that we always want to know is, what is too much screen time and what is not enough screen time? And you'll see that 57.6% of the families that answered stated that it was an appropriate amount. 9.6 was too little, and 32.8 was too much. And then our last question is, in our current home learning plan 2.0, I felt that my student interacted with their teacher and appropriately 38.3, too little 60.6%, and then too much, I can't do the math off the top of my head real fast, about 1 point something. So to kind of summarize this up a little bit, I wanted to just kind of talk about a timeline where Dr. Breggy kind of mentioned this earlier. Obviously, we need to continue to stay up to date on safety concerns from LA County as a committee. In addition, we want to continue to narrow down our instructional options and obviously receiving feedback from the community through the public comment, through the survey, and then obviously through the Board of Education. Collaborate with our BHUSD union groups. One of the things that we'd like to start to do is start to have that conversation if the working conditions look so significantly different going into fall of 2020. Also looking at and reviewing our facilities. Ken Haas and his team has been instrumental in helping us understand the dimensions of the classroom and what can and cannot fit, and if we have to maintain those social distancing rules and regulations. Also consult with our operations. Cleanliness, ensuring that we have the cleaning materials to be able to move back onto campus, and then how do we train our students as part of that process of helping to assist keeping the facilities clean so that way it's set and ready for the next group of students to utilize. And then obviously last but not least, but also one of the most important things I believe in this instructional conversation is to ensure that we have enough time to prepare and train our staff, whether that be the operational staff or the facility staff or the teachers or the office staff or classified, in what is it going to look like for fall of 2020 so we can prepare whether we are utilizing a platform for our virtual learning. Do we have the appropriate professional development in place for our teachers to feel secure and safe utilizing and delivering? Is it that we need new cleaning protocols so that all of us as a full district understand those? So those are some of the things that we just need to consider and work through as we are vetting out these options. And at that point, I will exit sharing, and I can always revisit back if there's a request to do so.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Seaman, for that. And I'm sure there will be a very thorough discussion that will now follow. So I'm going to start off with Mr. Margot. Questions, concerns. If you want to go back into the feed, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Hacker. Thank you, Dustin. You know, I was kind of sitting on my hands, anxiously waiting to see what was coming to us. I'm glad that you guys have really thought things through as much as you can under the certain guidelines that we have. So many things to say, and we're already running late tonight. I think that one, I'd like to get a copy of the presentation, Mr. Seaman. If you can send it to the board, that would be great. Because when I checked it, what hadn't been attached to the agenda. The second thing is this is going to require a study session, I believe, Mrs. Hacker. I think this is.
Yes, I agree. I was just going to ask for that presentation as well as Dr. Breggy's. If we can have that, that'd be helpful. But please continue, Ms. Marga.
So some questions as your committee continues to meet, and you don't have to give me answers. It's just kind of food for thought. There was an option 2 in the blended one, which was the it said, I think, I don't know, it was the option 2 intensive or something. It said you don't have to go back to it. But it kind of reminded me of the model that we use for summer school. You know, one course at a time, all day, 5 weeks, you know, whatever it is. And I thought at first, I'm saying this only so parents who are watching can put it in perspective. This has been a relatively proven model for instruction for a single course, you know, and done correctly and vetted out. I think it was an interesting approach that I didn't think about. You know, we thought about, you know, breaking up days, coming to school once or twice a week, things like that, morning, afternoon, Monday, whatever it was. I think those things kind of floated around, but that model I thought was very interesting, and I'd be curious to see if that comes back to us in any way. There were some comments made earlier in some of the letters that I just wanted to bring up as food for thought. Somebody had said something about 80,000 people die per year from the flu. You know, and obviously anybody's death is not to be taken lightly, but, you know, we've lost about 50,000 people per month on this COVID thing, not per year. So I think people need to put those statistics in perspective. And at the rate we're going, if the curve doesn't flatten, which, by the way, today's numbers data that came in about California is our number of cases grew 5% this weekend, where we had been down to 1 or 2%. And as soon as we start opening up, the cases started increasing rapidly. And that's a very high percentage to increase that quickly. So it gives me great concern about putting all the kids back into the same building. And I do really, truly understand everybody's arguments about why we should reopen, why we should go back to something. If there's a way for us to guarantee staff and student safety, you know, they say that the virus doesn't affect kids as much as it affects adults. Well, you know, it's okay if you want to send your kid into school, but if they're asymptomatic and they get a teacher sick, you know, you lose your teacher for a certain amount of time or for the rest of the semester. So it's just, people have to consider, we don't know what we don't know yet about this. And I think it's so hard. And I give staff such incredible props about coming with how you're vetting this out. So thank you for that. Nothing has really changed since this past March when everything started. We're losing about 2,000 people a day in this nation. It hasn't really particularly slowed down if you follow the statistics. When that does, then the conversation can change. So, but it hasn't done that yet. And then you mentioned something, Dustin, about childcare issues. And I was curious on how you got to that, because the, you know, how would people qualify under that? Would they have to submit and prove that childcare is a necessity? Are we taking people's words? I think it's a slippery slope. I'm just bringing that up, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it. So I just that hit me as a little note about that. And I'm also, finally, I'll say, I'm glad the teachers were involved in this team. I'm glad you had them across the board. From the list that you presented in your presentation, it looked like we had some qualified, really skilled teachers opining on this. So it makes me more comfortable as a board member, knowing that we're trying to get buy-in from everybody involved. Because it's great to come up with an idea, but the execution is really what's going to make this successful or not. So I'll pass it on to my colleagues right now, and maybe Mrs. Hacker, if anything else comes up, I'll raise my hand later. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Spitz.
Okay, thank you. I want to commend staff because, just as you've said, we really don't know what's going to be required of us in August. But one thing is clear: we can't wait until August to be prepared for whatever we're going to have to do. So I commend you for the we're going the options route to try to be prepared in any case, because it's going to take a lot of advance planning, training, preparation. So I like your approach. I too would like to see your presentation if you could send it, because I was unable to see it on my screen. I'm looking forward I'm not going to go into percentages right now and cases. That's something that we can consider when and I'm very much looking forward to a study session when it will make sense for us to have a study session, when we have maybe a little more information. I do think that I doubt that we are going to be left to our own devices. I doubt that every district is going to be completely left to do what they wish to do. From what I've seen so far of the county officials, I suspect that there's going to be guidelines. And whether those guidelines will be just recommendations or whether they'll be mandated, who knows? But anyway, it's a tough situation, and I know that we want to do the best that we can for our students and for our staff. It's a tough one, and as I say, I'm looking forward to a study session on this. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
So I'm going to just go out on a limb here and say thank you, Dustin. I want all three options. I really want students that have an immune issue and don't want to come back to school, or parents that are not comfortable sending their kids back to school, to have an option to do their classes virtually, entirely virtually, through something like APEX. I definitely think we should expand the Independent Learning Center programs. I think that would be the smartest thing to do, because that actually would cover us no matter what it is that happens, good, bad, or indifferent. The blended option sounds terrific, to the extent that we can rotate, that we can give students some time on campus for the families that want and need that, as long as it's consistent with the guidelines for public health, social distancing, and all the rest. I'm fine with that. I would totally support that. And actually, option 3, I'm not really sure about. Option 3, just kind of going back, assuming everything is normal. I just don't think that's actually realistic. But there were some things in that last slide that I think kind of get included in the other two, making sure that we have, considerations for social, emotional interaction and learning, making sure that we have a virtual option for families that want to opt that way. I'm more about the structure of how it is that we're going to manage things going forward, given the uncertain nature of all of this. So for me, the questions that I want answers to are we going to be able to test all 3,600 students in the district before the start of school? I really want to know that. I think it should be a condition. Are we going to, how are we going to have, like, procedurally, and I guess this is really what would come out of a study session, if a student tests positive or a faculty member tests positive in a classroom, does that mean automatically all of the rest of the students that teacher had contact with have to quarantine for 14 days? And if it's a student, then every classroom that student was in would then have exposure and have to quarantine for 14 days. That, for me, there's the instruction piece and then there's the procedural piece. And I think they're both really important, but I don't think we can focus on one and ignore the other. There have been a lot of parents asking about taking kids' temperatures. Is that something that we can have the schools do? And I am of the belief, and correct me if I'm wrong, that has to be done by an actual nurse or an LVN if it's on our campus. It can't just be, random parents helping out with a little digital thermometer. Those are the things that I think we need to have answers to, because the one thing we know for sure is that parents, we already have the requirement that parents take their kids' temperature and don't send them to school with a fever, but they don't always follow that. And then you get into the areas of concern where people are not following social distancing and they're not staying away and they're not wearing their masks, and things happen like we've had this weekend, a ton of kids on South Beverly on Friday and on Saturday, and it escalates and the kids have no protective gear and they're not keeping distance, so they're exposed. So how do we respond as a school district knowing that those things are going to happen to protect the rest of the kids and families and the staff from being exposed? There's just so many things to think about. So aside from the educational piece, which, my God, you guys have done so much work, and bravo for how much thought has gone into this. But I really am concerned about the procedural approach. What are we going to do if all of these things happen? How are we going to respond? And then what is the requirement? Does a kid have to have, if a kid gets sick and quarantines or recovers, are we going to make sure they have those 2 positive tests before they can come back to campus? What if it takes a couple months before they can come back? They can't just start an online program in, let's say, end of September and pick it up then and go through, home learning and then come back to the classroom at the beginning of December. I really advocate for, and I really want to see an option that includes live streaming classes. If we've got teachers in the classroom with students, even 12 students, why can't we live stream these classes so that kids that opt to stay at home can't get the benefit of the teacher's instruction as well? So that way, if you have a student that tests positive and has to quarantine, they still actually get to interact with their teacher. They see the lessons, they can see their friends. And when we're talking about technology standards in the industry, one of the other things coming, further down on here when we're looking at ViewSonics, we're talking about technology. We should have that standard now. We should make that consistent now. And ViewSonics have the ability to do that for us. We can live stream classes and have teachers interacting with students at home and in the classroom. And we have the opportunity now to do training to make sure that teachers know how to do that. I think we should embrace technology even more as we're coming out of this, knowing how much we need to depend on it in an environment like this. So I would love to see that as one of the considerations. The live streaming of classes, I think, would be an immensely important avenue to explore. I'm not going to take up any more time because I want to hear my colleagues, but that's really kind of my feedback. So I think you can tell from my input, I'm excited and looking forward to a study session. I think time is of the essence. And unfortunately, this is a push me, pull you type of situation. Hurry up and wait. We need to make decisions. We need to get prepared so we can execute, but we also need the information, which takes time to get. So I think we just need to stay vigilant, stay on top of it, keep the effort consistent, keep working on it, and we're going to end up arriving, I think, at the right place. I do believe that there's going to be a difference for every district. I really think that local control is what's driving this conversation. The Zooms that I've been involved in with the state superintendent and CSBA leadership, they have been incredibly resistant to making any mandates or requirements at the state level. They keep talking about local control, local control, local control. And that's to our advantage in a lot of ways because we are special and we are different. And so we can really deliver what our students need in a way that doesn't require us to be consistent with other school districts. So there's that. I'm done.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. Mrs. Marcus.
I've been listening to everything that's been going on so far, and the only thing that I can say right now is that there's so much to digest and to take in that it's almost sometimes a little bit overwhelming of everything that we think we have to be able to accomplish and do. There's just so much planning and so many ideas that are floating around out there. It's amazing. I was impressed by the number of options and the plans that the committee had for going back to school with the different schedules and things like that, and trying to get as many kids back to school that want to come back to school. I think that's a tremendous undertaking, because I think if we can offer the kids the chance to come back to school with safe distancing, I think that they will by allowing smaller classes. But at the same time, when these teachers are teaching these lessons, I think there's an opportunity to have these lessons being sent to the homes so the kids that don't come can get them. That was a suggestion that I just heard a little while ago. I like that idea, and I think there's so much creativity that we can think outside the box on a lot of these things. But again, we in Beverly Hills we have to do what's best for our kids and our school district, and we have to keep that in mind. We don't have to look to other districts. We can get ideas, but what we need to remember is this is Beverly Hills, and we need to do what we can do for our kids. I was one question that I really wanted to ask Dustin. There was a mention of the goal book for the K-5, and then there was something about Apex. Apex is a high school program, isn't that? And we did start that, but we never really approved that completely. I don't believe that. I mean, it was a beginning, but we've never fully implemented that. I wondered about that.
Yes, Apex is a 612. It's UC and NCAA approved. We do utilize it. We have 90 licenses in the district that we utilize for the learning lab at the high school, in addition to the independent learning center at the district office.
So, okay. The other thing is that, as I say, we need to, there are going to be a lot of students, and I think the idea of streaming class lessons to the homes is a great idea, and I think we can use that to accommodate trading the kids off. I saw the idea of, I like the idea of the schedule where kids come like on Monday and Wednesday, and Monday they see all of their classes, and then Thursday they may see what's shorter class periods where the teachers can interact with them and they get to see them a little more often. But that's something that can be worked out in the future. But I want to commend you on starting the ball rolling and getting it going, Dustin. I think that was the important thing, that we can't sit around and wait for somebody to do this. We have to do this ourselves. We have to get ready. We have to have plans. We have to think about the future and what it's going to be. And we don't have a lot of time. Time flies. And before you know it, August 17th will be here, and we will have to be ready. So we've got to get ready and get busy on this. And I appreciate the fact that you and the committee are doing this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dustin, I'd like for us to go back, if possible, to the presentation you gave. I just want to clarify a few things, or ask you to clarify for me, please, if you will. For the blended learning, and I do appreciate Mr. Margot's comments, but I would think that would not work clearly for a K-5 model, correct? The schedule that he was talking about or alluding to, as far as, a 5-week program on one subject, which is very similar to what we do with summer school. You have to unmute yourself, Dustin, please.
So I'm going to start sharing. Here is the presentation, and then from a question standpoint, Mr. Margot was referring to the. Sorry, guys. The
High school and BB.
Yep. And so the intensive, and so in the intensive, the elementary, this is for the 6th through 12th grade students. The elementary students would be in a shortened schedule, or they would have to be on one of these up here, an AM/PM cohort, which would be like the 7:30. So you'll see the elementary student, the 7:30 to 11, or 12:30 to 3:30. So in a lot of these models, we have to separate elementary out of the, and I'll stop sharing, or I'll keep sharing, out of the 612. So we're trying to clump elementary and then clump the 612, because the 612 is a period model. And so that's easier. It lends itself a little bit easier.
So if we have the cohorts for the little guys, the K-5 students, what do they do when they're not in school? Like, what happens when they switch off? Are they not doing anything, or are they, what do you envision them doing? Because that would be a question I would imagine parents would have.
Totally. So in any of the blended, you'll see here that the curriculum and the delivery will still be around Apex Learning or Goal Book. Goal Book is one of the things that was on the agenda this evening. It serves multiple functions for us. One, it creates consistency across the grade band. for resources and lesson planning for standards. So we can leverage that now after we've fully trained over the summer for the consistency around the standards in lesson planning and activities across the elementary students. For the high school, we would leverage Apex Learning for the 6th through 12th grade. So when I'm going to flip to this now. I'm going to go to, let's say, this. So let's say for an elementary student, this would still look very similar, where half the class maybe comes on Monday and Thursday, and then the other half comes on Tuesday and Friday. Those off days, they would still do a mixture of the curriculum delivered through Apex or through Goldbook. So whether you're in elementary, middle, or high, the days that you're not on campus or in a classroom, you would leverage the online learning platform.
Okay, so for purposes of transparency, because a lot of parents, so I want to be clear, as Mr. Margot stated, we are seeing this presentation for the first time, the board is. However, in our consent calendar today, we approved, part of the consent calendar is it captures a lot of agenda items. So for parents, it's very important. I want to be clear because I want parents to understand what's going on in real time. The board approved today Goldbook, which was brought to us by staff. And so I had asked many, many questions about, how is this approved? Who's using it? I did not realize that this was going to be such a big piece of the puzzle as you go forward. And I'm not having any issues with that, but I do have questions about that, being that we've now approved it and that this is such a big piece, as I said, of the discussion. So what do you envision? Like if we're talking about August and we just approved Goldbooks, how would teachers be trained by August? That's my first question, because we're talking, and I know that you have 52 teachers captured who will be trained, and that was part of the questions I think that 2 board members at least asked. But the other question is, so can you do that in August? And what are the teachers doing when the student is learning off the online system, both at the high school, the middle school, and the K-5 area? How do you envision the teachers lending support? Or what role, what are you all envisioning for teachers? What is their role? What is their capacity of involvement in this process for any of the 3 models that you've introduced to us today?
So I'll tackle the Goldbook thing first. So it just happened to fall on the same agenda, and so I want to clear that up. As we started vetting Goldbook for elementary support and consistency for standards delivered, instruction and activities to kind of provide a toolbox, for not only for our elementary teachers but also for our special education, because we've talked from the beginning about how do we integrate special education and general education more in the district, and then how can we also help support our teachers in moving our test scores, because we know that the CASP exam, I'm going to use that as a summative assessment, is aligned with the standards. And so how can we provide our teachers with more standards aligned lessons and lesson planning and activities to support their students in their progress towards moving our test data? So that's what Goldbook can do for us, both in general education and special education. And if we were to ever move to a virtual or a blended, we vetted out, I would say me, my counterparts in our committee, so many different platforms for the elementary realm. There isn't a format like Apex Learning out there for elementary students. A lot of them are gamification programs where the students in usually TK through 5th grade get to play a game around math, but never really diving into the standards of math. And so we need to kind of work and morph like Goldbook, and you'll see with the Google Classroom, to create that to ensure consistency across our TK through 5th grade delivery of instruction to all students. We will already be doing professional development over the summer for Goldbook, because that's we want to be able to launch it, utilize it, and keep it going all the way through next year, regardless of the option that is selected or we move into. So that training will happen virtually this summer, sometime either at the end of July or early August for our staff regardless. If we do go to options 1 or options 2, meaning either virtual learning or blended, we will have to do training for Apex Learning as well. At this time, we have 5 teachers that are trained in Apex, a few administrators, and then those that will be teaching summer school this summer will be trained. So we would have to also train all of our 6th through 12th grade teachers that haven't had any exposure to Apex on Apex as well before the start of August 17th. For the role of the teacher in all these different options, it really morphs and changes per option. And so I unfortunately can't answer that in a one sweeping sentence, meaning in option 1, our teachers, obviously based off some of the feedback that we received from the parent surveys, that we would need to figure out a structure and a system where our teachers are a little more accessible maybe to our students, whether the platform delivers all the instruction and our teachers are checking in and monitoring. In some of the blended models, you'll see that there's face-to-face, that the students are on campus working directly with the teachers. So if we are doing a every other day or cohort, they would deliver direct instruction to the students while they're in their classroom. And then obviously in option 3, that would be to return back to school. Outside of those students or those families that would like to keep their students home. And then that is a great opportunity to leverage the ViewSonics and see if there are some teachers that would allow us access to be able to live stream maybe their calculus lesson, or for those students that aren't able to return, whether due to illness or an affected family member. I hope that kind of answers a little bit.
Yes, it does a little bit, a little bit in some areas. But here's the thing, Dustin. So just want to recapture. So if I understood you correctly, if we were doing the K-5 blended model, the students would come to school twice a week, and then on their off days, the resource that they would be looking to use for instruction would be the goal book. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. Goal book in collaboration with
goal book becomes the iteration. Okay. And for the high school, if they do the model that Mr. Margot was alluding to, it's 5 weeks and they're coming onto campus, or it's a little bit of both as well?
Yes, they're either coming on campus every third day,
and
then they would be doing or leveraging some of the online learning.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I guess my other final comment would be this. As the district, I think it would be incredibly helpful to have like a blackboard of some sort virtually captured online, where as the state of California, the CDC, LACO, whoever, starts to come out with very specific guidelines of what can be done and what cannot be done, that these be posted. And it could be a document that is work in progress. So for example, I know that we are, technically they say we're not at phase 2, but we're kind of in the phase 2 beginning levels or steps into that period captured and identified by the state of California. And so it's really confusing, I think, for parents when they hear, well, this will not be allowed, but maybe, your local district can decide for your own local community. So those are mixed messages. And I think it causes a lot of unnecessary panic sometimes, or, areas of concern that might not be there for us to yet be, concerned about. So I think that having a blackboard of some sort where somebody in the district captures, here's what we have, here's what we know right now in real time, and that kind of keeps everyone informed. And I think that's a working document. That's not something that we're calling the shots on. That's something that's coming as a directive or as a guideline by LACO, or as I said, CDC or Department of Education. I think that would be incredibly helpful. And then the rest that is not on that board could be left up to us to decide as we continue to make progress and shaping and forming the plan that we're going to be adopting. Does that kind of make sense? I think that would be helpful. And this has to do more with Dr. Breggy's presentation than it does with yours, Dustin.
So a lot. I think that it's kind of like a weather forecast, where as soon as we know information, we report that out. What some of the guidelines are, what some of the restrictions that have been lifted, and it's something that will change over time. But I think to have something on the website that becomes, here's where we are today, and that's changed as things change. That's a really good idea. I mean, we're happy to communicate that.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Breggy. The other thing that I just, in hearing both of you speak, and I think that Mrs. Walker-Schuman kind of touched on it, we have to kind of press on these, local and state school community meetings to ask, what do you expect of us as a public institution when a child is, comes down with COVID-19 or an instructor? Like, what are what steps do you want us to take? And maybe that's a question for legal that they're already, looking into, but I think the answers are probably somewhat already identified, and we should really tap into those rather than recreating them ourselves. I would think that that's going to be something where we can look to direction legally that the state is already looking to identify, as I said. So that's something that we should look into and really, make known if we have a study session and if that information is already disclosed. Finally, I think the other area that is really important is, what about the budget? How do we, Wade, if Wade's still with us, do we know if the district is going to be able to tap into some resources that the state has already identified for us under COVID-19? That's been an often question that I've been asked, and I think I know the answer, but I defer to you, please.
Yes, President Hacker, there are dedicated state funds and some federal funds to address COVID-19 and distance learning or a hybrid model or return to the classroom. For our district right now, we anticipate a little less than $900,000. That may seem like a lot of money, but that's not going to go very far. If you start buying licenses and paying people additional time to extend their day. So the additional pot of money that the state is going to give certain districts is related to those districts that have high needs, and we are not one of those districts. So we do anticipate some additional money from the state and federal government. It'll be less than $1 million for sure, and we anticipate our cost will be more than that.
Great. And finally, just one observation as we were looking at the pie charts of information from the survey, Dustin, I noticed that over 50% of the people who responded said they want to come back to school, but it was also, I think, over 58% in a different pie chart that showed that people were satisfied with the level of instruction that they had experienced during this COVID-19. So there's almost a relationship, obviously. If people were happy with the product, with the experience, they were happy to, they were also willing to come back, which is kind of interesting. But what I didn't think that the survey did justice to is, I think there's a really big difference in the experience for, and I don't mean whether it was well received or not well received. I don't mean that at all. I mean, there's a different experience to be captured for the K-5 students, the middle school, and the high school. And so I almost feel that families who have children that are interconnected to those 3 platforms or even 2 would have a hard time answering the basic question as to, did you feel that your child had enough interaction with you with their teachers? I think it's very different if you ask me that 3 times, depending on my children. And I can explain why. And I also think that their needs are very different as well. And I also believe that the teachers are teaching to a different audience. So they have an experience that is different as well. So I know that the essence of the survey was to capture, where we are with people wanting to return or online instruction or a blended approach. And I think you got that answer to some degree. Finally, I think we should really plan ahead, I think, in having a study session. I think that has to happen sooner than later. And so I hear the entire board saying that. And Dr. Breggy, I leave it to you to, ask the board what days they're available, and let's try to do that sooner than later, as I said. And that's it. I don't have any questions. I'm going to circle back to, yes, Mr. Spitz, I
have a
see
couple
that you
more
have a
questions.
question.
Mrs. Hacker, I wonder if we could hear from Thomas Recupero and see what kind of input he might have in this discussion.
Yes, absolutely. So, Mr. Recupero, the floor is yours. There you are.
Hello, yes.
Yeah, so we wanted to ask, what your insight, your experience or thoughts are on the presentation that was just conducted by Dr. Breggy and Mr. Seaman.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad to see that there are so many options and they are all being studied because it is a changing issue. There are like many logistics to this, but if you have like specific questions on like my experience, then I think that I can help with that. I don't have any specific ideas or thoughts in regards to the presentation.
You did an AP class online, Thomas, didn't you this year?
Yes, I completed through
Apex. Can you talk about your experience with Apex in that AP class?
Yeah, of course. So I thought it was very successful. It was very successful. I mean, it's a clear curriculum that's outlined already, and I had a teacher that would change the assignments and alter it to, our course load and kind of helped, alter it whether there was too many essays, and so they crafted it and delivered it similar to how they would run a class. I met once a week for an hour. It was still a pretty demanding course. I would say it was a pretty average AP course in terms of difficulty and time spent. So yeah, I hope that answered your question, or if you have any other specific ones.
Thomas, question. Do you think that Apex class prepared you for the AP exam, as well as if perhaps you hear from the other kids who took an AP class? Did you feel as prepared as you should be?
Yeah, I did feel prepared for the AP test. I know this year was a little altered, the test, but I felt prepared, and the other students that were in the course with me were also well prepared for the exam. But I also do want to highlight, because I know there's a lot about AP with Apex, but I mean, there are a lot of other students that aren't in AP and honors that, there's a lot of that there's attention that needs to be, they have to have the same attention. And also with regards to AP, the curriculum ended in March 12th. When we stepped off campus, the AP College Board said, we're done with, we're not going to have more concepts and topics taught. So, I mean, it gets a little fuzzy there. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Thomas? Okay, thank you, Thomas.
I just have one last comment. In regards to live sessions and Google Meets, I did find it, I guess maybe for well-being, to see everyone on a tile screen. Everyone had their camera on. It was nice. It was obviously not a classroom environment, but it did the best to replicate that kind of for well-being. And so moving forward, maybe requiring cameras to be on or something, because that did really help make me feel a little more comfortable.
Thank you, Thomas, for that. Okay, so I guess any other further questions regarding the topic that we're discussing? If you do, raise your hands. I just want to really say thank you to Dustin and to Dr. Breggy for this first bite of the apple. I really do appreciate it. I know the board appreciates it. And I again want to say thank you to all the parents and teachers who wrote in about this issue. I know it's on everyone's mind, and I recognize that we are navigating really through very unprecedented times. And so we look forward to having more communication and arriving at good decisions together. So thank you.
I do have one quick question, Isabel, before we move on to the next.
Sure.
In Dr. Brege's presentation, there was another committee that's going to be convened, and I just wanted to know if you could talk a little bit more about when that's going to be convened and how people are going to be selected for that.
Sure. So I think it'll be a mix of some people that are involved, PTA members, but really I'm looking for some specialized people in the community that may be able to bring to the table when we're talking about with facilities and operations and or somebody that has an expertise in that area, that type of management, looking at people that know about cleaning and that know about how often something needs to be done or a certain product, or and obviously Ken Haas would be part of that from the district, but also from, like, for example, if there is if we're still at a point where the Department of Public Health is saying, everybody has to have a mask. I would like to be able to work with doctors and, people in our community as partners to talk about, how do we educate kids about that? Where do we get them? Are they ones that, are disposable? Are they cotton and we throw them away? Just in having people outside of our expertise that could bring some suggestions to the table. So it's really a voice for some of the partnerships of specialized services. And so it's going to happen right after graduation. It's just that right now there's just no possible way to do that. But it's going to happen, right in that first week of June. I'll have some more information. We're fortunate to be in a community that so many people want to be involved and be part of something, but I also want to be really careful, because the bigger these teams get, the more difficult they are to manage. And then we really have to stay focused. We're on such a tight timeline, and this is something where we really want to get some people that can bring something to the table that isn't somebody ordinarily that would have been part of a school committee.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Brege, we are on the next item.
So for the BHHS instructional update, Mark, thank you for waiting so patiently through a lot of these presentations. This is just an opportunity to talk a little bit about just if you see any changes for next year at the high school. I know that there have been some questions about the master schedule, so we're going to have a conversation, and there are some board questions about specific classes and programs. And so I'll turn it over to you if there's anything that you'd like to share about just, far as next year as a whole.
Well, first off, I'm delighted by the interest in the master schedule. It is something that I've been very interested in for all 4 years I've been doing administration. It's the first time I've been asked to talk about it, so I'm kind of excited about it. It's one of the most important tools we have at the high school for prioritizing, for looking at equity issues, interventions, everything else. So I'm excited to talk about it. It's an interesting stage of the year in the process to be talking about it. The reason I say that is on Tuesday, we gave our department chairs a draft of the master schedule out as it looks right now for next year. And I emphasize the word draft because the whole point of giving it to department chairs is getting their feedback. Feedback about, where they see potential concerns, where they see opportunities to use staff in various ways. So we gave it to them on Tuesday, meaning the department chairs. On Wednesday, staff saw it. And on Thursday, I got the invite to come in. So it's an exciting part of the year because it's one of the most collaborative moments of the master schedule. I also would emphasize that I have probably emphasized it, as has my administrative team, for the last 2 years. It's been a very wide overarching conversation. We've talked about the master schedule and kind of class size inequities. We've talked about it at the Secondary Education Council. We've talked about it in staff meetings. We've talked about it in PTSA exec board. We've talked about it with union representation. So this is an ongoing conversation about class size. One thing I do want to emphasize is there's really no change in philosophy or policy at the high school. Really what's happening is we're trying to get better and better at the science and the art of building the master schedule. Now, so it's a collaborative approach. I did get some very specific questions, and I know you all have been here a long time. I could go on and on about it. I have a 5-slide PowerPoint. The first slide is just a fancy little thing, and then the second one is a list of the questions, and the next 3 are answers. So if you would like me to do it that way, I don't know if I can present. The other option is just to ask me questions and I answer. However is best for you guys.
Well, I'm not. Let me just jump in here, Mr. Mead. If you had a presentation, or if you wanted to talk about certain items and educate the board as to what you're looking to do next year, I think that's a good approach. If not, we can go around and ask questions. But
sure.
I'm not.
I mean, if I can present, I'd be glad to.
Please.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Can you guys see it all right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. There's slide 1. That's easy. Slide 2, these are the questions I was asked. I think number 1 and 2 will be their own slides. And then the third slide will be the answers to the information requested at the bottom.
I don't know if anybody else can see it. I can't see anything.
Oh.
I can see it.
Okay, good.
Mel, I can see it, but maybe what I would suggest, Mr. Mead, if you want to read.
Gladly. I was planning on it. So I will go to the next slide and I'll read the first question. The first question is, has the district reduced AP and honors sections? Perception is that there are more students in a class and less options for schedule / less flexibility. So I want to start by reiterating what I said before. There's been no change in philosophy at all at our school regarding the master schedule. Number 1, every year, the goal is to make sure that every student gets all of the classes that they want. I'm going to explain a little bit why that's pretty close to impossible, but that's the goal. If you look at the master schedule right now, this second, we are at 87.4% of students getting everything that they want. And that number, I've already run through all the reject analysis, will go up dramatically. We will be in the 90s once we do some cleanup with our counselors and some things. It's some simple kind of just clerical work, but long story short, we're already doing really well. So that's the number 1 priority. Every kid gets every class they want. It's impossible, but that's the goal. Number 2, design effective intervention classes. So when you're using the master schedule, it's all about resources. And so what are our intervention classes? What are we doing to support students? And just on that note, when WASC was at our school, we did a little bit of bragging about our intervention classes. They're pretty good. And in fact, they've gotten better since WASC was here. But one of the things that was emphasized by the admin team is that one of our greatest interventions at the high school is our very low student to counselor and student to teacher ratio. Those low ratios allow teachers in a classroom to provide interventions by differentiating curriculum, by getting to know students, by knowing their needs. So a lot of our interventions also happen with effective and, contractually low class sizes. The next priority is we offer a wide range of college prep coursework. I'm going to talk very briefly about that in a moment. I think it's remarkable how many college prep courses we offer for a high school of less than 1,300 kids. And, the number 1, even though I have it at D, the number 1 is support all students. And I think that's critical. This AP versus regular idea is not how I see it. And it's not how the vast majority of people that I speak to see it. This is about supporting all students. It always is. So it's not, a zero-sum game. It is supporting all kids. And the whole thing of the master schedule is to try to do that. A couple things I want you to note about designing a master schedule.
I think we have a uniquely difficult one at the high school because we offer so much. Just to give you an idea mathematically, out of approximately 350 classes, approximately, it's a little bit less than that, 342 classes this year, meaning going into 2020, 2021, so forgive me, next year, we will have 94 classes out of 342 singletons. What does that mean? That means if you look at periods 1 through 5, in period 1, there are 12 classes that are only offered one period. Period 2, there are 16. Period 3, there are 17. Long story short, it is literally impossible to not have tons and tons of conflicts because every student has a unique desire to take different classes. An example might be you want to take madrigals, but you also want to take AP Euro. They're both singletons. If they're both in period 5, you can't have them. We have, sports, dance company. Many of our art classes are singletons. So when you say in the question that there are less options or less flexibility, having that many singletons will always make it very difficult to have flexibility, just will. And some of those singletons are APs, but not just APs, also kind of unique electives, whether performing arts or art, special education classes, intervention classes. So I just want to make sure we emphasize that whatever it is, where the concerns are coming from right now, maybe that the superintendent or the board's hearing, I don't know that those specifically relate to less flexibility. The singletons are the big thing. So that's the first thing I want to answer is there has been no change in philosophy at all. We are trying to look at data and trends to make sure we do our best to support all students. That's what we're doing. So that's question 1. You want to ask any questions about that specifically?
Okay. Do you want to finish your presentation or is this it? And then we can ask. Yeah, let's do that.
Slides, so I'll be glad to. The second question, parents say that for next year, the district is imposing some type of rule that makes it almost impossible to drop an AP or honors class as opposed to what the practice has been. My understanding is that schedules are pretty much done. Schedules are largely done, but like I said, counselors are doing a lot of work right now to work through some of the conflicts, which is normal, happens every year. And we are also working with department chairs and getting their feedback. So they're done, but there is massaging. It's still a draft. We're very early to be assuming that what we see now is the final draft. As for dropping AP classes, there's been no change related to the 5-week level change that was in the Norman Guide this year. So a student who is placed in AP Lit has the same 5 weeks like he did last year. So that hasn't changed. We are trying our best to focus on appropriate placement of students and retention in upper level courses. One of the things that you heard about from the 3 union people who wrote in about the master schedule is that historically, not just 1 year or 2 years, but for years, students drop AP and honors classes. They do. It's natural. It's part of what happens. And they do it for various reasons. Sometimes personal. Sometimes it's the class or the teacher, the relationship, whatever it is. But they drop. Students almost never move up. They're always moving down. And this downward flow of students causes a great impact on our regular classes and special ed classes. This isn't just true this year. It's true for years. So we are doing our best to focus on appropriate placement of students to reduce that phenomenon. That is something we're working on, but the 5-week level change remains, same as last year. And we've even added an additional step this year where counselors, and it was labor intensive, I'm sure most parents remember, as recently as April, we had our counselors email every single family to check their course requests again. So there has been a very thorough emphasis on appropriate placement this year. I don't think it was bad last year, our placement, but we really focused in on it this year to try to support a goal of ours, which is retention in honors and AP classes. We want kids to be placed there and we want them to finish there. We really do. We want them to take the AP test, the more, the better, by, when appropriate placement occurs. So that's number 2. I do not believe there is any district imposed rule. Last, the requested information. You asked me to get a list of honors and AP courses that are being offered next year with the number of sections. I have that. You asked how many students per grade. So there it is right there. About 300 per grade, with seniors being the largest class with approximately 20 more. Is there a new policy about dropping honors and AP courses? Number two, the answer is no. It's still 5 weeks. Average class size in AP versus regular. Right now, today, the average class size is 27 in honors and AP and 23.5, I believe, in regular. So that is a small difference. If you looked at those averages right now this year, it's almost exactly the reverse, meaning 27 in a regular and 23 in honors and AP. And it might even be lower than that. And we did talk about that as a staff in our January 22nd staff meeting, those exact numbers. The hope that we could, if anything, reverse those numbers, have 27 in AP and 23 in regular. But if you look at the trends and you look at the data, that 27 is not going to stay. It's going to drop to 25, 24, and that 23 will move up. So if we look at trends and we look at data, we're hoping we can at least get those two numbers equal. Because right now they're very unequal, as 3 of our union people mentioned. And just so you know, like, it's come to my desk from union concerns multiple times about the regular classes being so big. And it's something that I share, not just, you know, from a concern of our teachers' standpoint, which I think is reasonable, but also from the kids. I mean, all kids need to be taken care of in our school. AP, regular, students with higher needs, all of them need to be. So this isn't about one group or another, but when you look at the numbers right now, it does appear that our regular classes are much, much larger than our AP and honors. So the only thing we're doing right now that's different, no priority change difference, no philosophy change difference, but we are using data and trends that you heard 3 different union members mention that they've seen for much longer than 2 or 3 years, to try to address it. And I think we've done a pretty good job. And if I could say one more thing about that, the master schedule is a tricky thing. If I could give you an example of one class, when we built a master schedule, let's say 3 weeks ago, we had a class averaging 29 in 2 periods. It's an upper level class. Somehow we got 17 more course requests about a week ago. So now it's averaging 35 in both classes. Yeah. Did you lose me?
I still have you.
I think I did. You all lose Mr. Mead a little bit? There was like an interruption there.
No.
Okay. So
All right,
it's just
well, I was
me.
almost done. If you bear with me 2 more seconds, we'll be finished. The last thing is, are there new courses? And the answer to that is yes. AP Human Geography, AP Music Theory, Psychology, Intro to Engineering, Aerospace Engineering, Biomed Innovations, Reading Interventions, Math Intervention, and Advanced Coding. So those are all almost all of them are singleton. Actually, they're all singleton, added to the master schedule for next year. So that's the end of my kind of slideshow. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Mead. We'll go to Mr. Margot.
Thank you, Mark. I had to ask, because whenever we get to this point of the year and you're doing master schedule, we never hear anything really from anybody. What was the catalyst that prompted today's comments from staff? I'm just curious on one single thing. You're saying you're not doing anything different.
Yeah.
Something must have changed.
I can't answer that easily, but here's what I can say. I have been reaching out to department chairs. Ms. Decatrell's been reaching out to department chairs. I actually think this is one of the best master schedule drafts, meaning at this stage of the evolution that we've had. It's a really good one. I love the numbers. I only am aware of 3 specific teachers who have expressed being upset about the master schedule. I don't see how parents could know. It's way too early. I mean, all I can think of is you heard from, not you, but like somebody heard from somebody. I have to assume it's upset teachers. But the thing I want to emphasize is, and I think this is what the union tried to say, that you have a much larger majority support for what is happening with the master schedule than what someone may or may not be saying or hearing. And it's supported not just by teachers that I talk to, it's supported by the union vocally, it's supported by PTSA Exec Council vocally. So I don't really have an answer for you. I'm glad to be talking about it, but I don't think there are many unhappy people about it that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mark.
Okay, Mr. Spitz.
Yes, I have no specific questions or even concerns about the master schedule. I've always understood the difficulties, the challenges, and I think it's amazing what you're able to do. And you know, I hope that as time goes on and within the next several weeks that you'll come up with fewer and fewer conflicts.
We will.
Disappointments for any of the students, but I think you do a very, very good job. I do have one question about the high school instruction, but I
Yes, sir.
think that it's probably more likely for Mr. Seaman than for you. So I can wait on that one. But my question is going to be, I'd like some guidance on this reduction in the French language program, because we've gotten a number of letters.
Yeah.
I've gotten some, and maybe it's my memory, but I don't recall the board dealing or being involved in a reduction in the French language program. So maybe I'll hold on until Mr. Seaman can respond to that.
I can jump in if that's okay.
Be my guest.
Yeah, for clarification, we brought all reduction in staff to closed session in February. And so during that conversation, we had addressed how in some of our world language programs, we offer up to, at this point, 9 sections for a single world language. We cross-reference and utilize Kelly Schreiner as an example who delivers the multiple levels within her world language, Hebrew, as a singleton teacher. We also provided you the data behind that, meaning how many students were enrolled in the program, and we were staffing French at 1.6 staff members. With, at this time, I think there's 125 students enrolled in the whole program. And so when we cross-reference the contractual numbers of 145 students per person, per teacher, that was part of the conversation in the resolution for the removal of the 0.6 French teacher. And that was back in February.
So, yeah, I do recall that, but when it comes to the specific reductions or the specific eliminations, it seems to me that those are decisions that should come to the board for final consideration. And in this case, I don't think it did. Or I wonder if it, I wonder.
Mel, respectfully, it did. It did. We did bring this and we did share this among several other program needs. So that we actually did bring this. And we did share it, and we did talk about how this is delivered much like other school districts as well. So we did share that information.
So an example right now to help kind of clarify is, so in French 4, we have 5 students enrolled in the class. And so when you look at FTE, and we were discussing now, just trying to bring it back to that conversation, is we were going through all of the data points of student enrollment into each section. So with 5 students enrolled in French 4, we could stack the Honors French 4, which currently has an enrollment of 19 students. So that would put 21 students in the course with differentiation between French 4 and Honors French 4.
24, by the way.
Without the separation, then you're running a course of French 4 with 5 students. And so that was the conversation that we had. And we started to dive into, if you recall, there was a sheet from the middle school and the high school where we went through all of the data points and started talking about stacking courses. And that was the conversation that we had.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
I just thank you for the presentation. The master schedule, I know, has always been something that's complicated and can be a little bit dicey, but I think you guys are doing a great job working together and being super collaborative, trying to make sure that everyone's needs are met. And I will say, just in reference to the French program, Palo Alto is regularly at the top level of achievement in California, and Palo Alto stacks their world language classes in addition to Palos Verdes, in addition to Manhattan Beach Unified. So I think, there's good precedent to make this change. I think that when it comes to the staffing piece, that's really where the board has a role to weigh in, and I think we did. But I actually think that it'll be really interesting to see what the outcome is of this year, because I think a lot of times when you put a mixed level group of students in the same room, you end up having weaker students play up because they have the support of their peers, and then their peers that are operating at a slightly higher level of expertise, like in these honors classes, are able to play a mentor role, and I think that also is really important. So I actually really embrace the changes that we're looking at for the French program, and I think there's some pretty good foundational evidence that it's an improvement to the program, in addition to being complementary to our staffing, how we're trying to manage staffing. So I know it's not easy, but thank you, and I'm excited to see how this all works out.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Marcus. Thank you, Mrs. Walker-Schuman.
Well, a couple questions, Mr. Mead. I noticed the tremendous discrepancy of the singleton classes versus classes where there's more than one class. This year more so than last year. You have more singletons this year than you did last year.
We do. We have more.
Can you explain that? I mean, if we're trying a singleton, you have to have more teachers, and that seems to me that doesn't help the
It's all course requests. Last year we had 2 AP Euro classes, and they were both pretty small, like 20. This year we have 1 AP Euro class with probably like 26. So, obviously our population is not growing. So it's mostly simple math. When there's a need for 2, we do 2. So we do have more this year, but we also added several new classes, right? I think in the list I showed you at the end, I think there was like 7 or 8 new singletons just this year. And
I would like to see the numbers on those, but we'll get to that later. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
but
sure.
I'm just curious.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so I wanted to ask you my own philosophy on this French situation. I have only one comment about it. I honestly believe that when students are taking the last year of French and they're not really interested in going on further, I mean, they're fulfilling their their A through G requirements, and they're being placed in class with kids who are maybe honors in the second year. Sometimes that may not be a good mix. I think you get kids that start to move on and go to third year and fourth year, then there's a chance that they're really going to be spending more time in French. But I'm concerned about that second year of combination. That would be the one that concerns me. I don't know what the numbers are in that, but a student who's just completing the second year of French has no interest in going on, is not interested in an honors class. And I think if the numbers are pretty high because you've got a lot of kids in second year, honors and French, there may be a need to, I don't know how the numbers are. I would question that. I don't know the numbers on that class, but I wondered about that because I don't have any objection to
next year.
Huh?
Right now, that's the biggest class.
Okay, then that it is that okay, because I can see combining fourth year honors and that I buy. These kids, if they're there for 4 years, there's got to be some interest. They'll be motivated by the kids who are honors, and they may even make themselves honors students, as far as I'm concerned. And they may even take the honors class just to improve themselves.
Yep.
So I think that I would look carefully at that second year class. I think pedagogically. You got kids that are just trying to get through and get the 2-year requirement, and then they're stuck with the 2-year honors kids who may go on, and it may be a wise thing to separate them out. I don't know how many there are. It's a thought that I had. I wondered if you could go through some of the new. I heard numbers of class sizes of some of these new classes, like the engineering class and the aerospace and the psychology class.
Just so you know, those two are combined. The aerospace and the intro to engineering, we're talking about the combo class that, is happening in some of our language classes that you're referencing. This engineering class will be similar to that. So those two classes will be taught by Mr. Castle, and they will be taught in the same period. I'm looking at the number right now, but it's approximately probably 20. When you combine the two together, it's about 20.
So it's one period a day with one teacher is what we're saying.
One period a day.
He's gonna have to address both classes.
He will have to differentiate between his more advanced learners and his less advanced learners.
I understand. So we're dealing with the same thing as in French. I mean that I can.
And it's just for the record, it's also happening in our art classes regularly. Ms. Bronder regularly has had this situation. Mr. Fetterman has had it. So look, I am not going to say it's anything but a challenge. It's not easy. And I want to emphasize that. I've always been sympathetic to our teachers who have these kinds of schedules. But when you look at 90-something singletons, at some point something's got to give. Right now, several of our teachers have been willing to go above and beyond and do this tiered period. And we're very grateful for it, and so are our students and so are our families.
Okay. I just have to tell you, I know it's not easy. We've talked about this. We met once before. We talked about the only thing that I want to see is I don't want to see classes of, less than 10 kids in it and so on. So I'm sure that that's not going to happen. I hope not.
Well, I was given, some feedback about that. I mean, this year we have some that are under 10, right? Meaning right now today on the books, right now for next year. With
Are you talking about classes for 2021?
We don't have it. Sorry,
you don't have any. For 2021, you don't have any classes like that now.
Well, we have a few, but not many. And if you'd like me to articulate, I could, or we could do it another time. It's up to you.
No, another time. That's okay.
I want to say that sometimes it, like music was an example, like to keep a full-time music teacher at your school, you do have to make some concessions in that area as far as their overall numbers, just to give you an idea.
Performing arts is where you would see it the most clearly. And brand new AP classes that are just starting.
Thank you very much, Mark.
You're welcome.
Okay, so a few things, Mr. Mead.
Yes.
I want to talk about students who are now asking to be part of the AP and honors program. They have to petition their way into those courses, correct? If they are not on that track?
There's a new appeal process, yes.
Okay, so they have to appeal. But once they override and they get in, I want to bring your attention to, this was sent to me by a parent, or maybe I even got it as a student, as I have students, and I can't remember, but I just pulled it up as you were speaking. there's an asterisk, and the form that I'm looking at says, dear students and teachers, in order to ensure students are placed in classes where they can be most successful and to maintain the stability of both individual teacher classes as well as a master schedule, teacher recommendations may no longer be overridden. Teacher recommendations are now more fully rooted in historical achievement data, evaluations of student readiness, and assessments of engagement. They are also vetted and confirmed by the department colleagues using longitude information. Longitudinal information. So here it is. It says in an asterisk, it says, please be advised that once a student enrolls in an advanced level course, honors AP, students may not drop. By enrolling in the course, you are making a commitment to completing both semesters. So my question to you is, because here's where I totally understand that you need to try to capture student data and that you need to try to be consistent when they start the class and as they progress towards the end of the semester. My question is this, because when parents, help their child override a process and get them into the AP or honors courses, and once those students want to drop, and if they're not able to, we're going to hear about it, right? Just like, because they'll be like, well, my kid isn't doing well, they're getting a D, they're getting a fail. And so we're going to start hearing about this, and we cannot get involved in situations like that. So, for me, it's important to have this discussion so that parents who have these questions understand exactly, what the process is and what the expectation is. So I'm happy to support what you all are implementing, but I want to understand it. So when we say that that we haven't changed our ways, it's not necessarily so. I think we're becoming a little bit more restricted as to how students can drop, and I understand why that is being done. I'm not challenging that. I just want to really be thorough in representing what the expectations are going forward for next year. So what do you say about that, Mr. Meade?
So I'll actually jump on this one,
Yeah.
President Hacker, because in reconfiguration, as we were starting to we placed literally ed services, we placed with the support of the middle school admin, 960 students into the honors program. And through that, if you recall through presentations, we were utilizing longitudinal data, course grades, and student engagement for that recommendation. And so as these students are bleeding up into the high school, they are properly placed. So meaning when we cross-reference the middle school data alone, we had only 11 students that actually backed away from one of the honors placements. And we're able to identify all of those battles we fought last summer of my student should be in honors and didn't have the test scores. Now in the class, they realize that they were properly placed. So the form that you referred to is actually not correct in the sense that our recommendation for an appeals process is if you override our recommendation as the educational experts, meaning we don't have the longitudinal data, we don't have the student engagement, we don't have the grades to support the placement, then you need to guarantee, and it's a semester, saying that you can't override the process, go into the course for 2 to 3 weeks, and then exit out of the course, and then mess up the whole master schedule when our recommendation was never the placement to begin with. And so there has to be some kind of the teeth in the game in the sense that if you're going to override the process, meaning going through all the proper channels to do so, and it escalates to the assistant superintendent of ed services, then you need to be able to at least stay there for a semester long. And that's where that comes.
Okay, so this would be for students who are not on the track, decide that they want to get in. And so this form that I just read is not being, are you saying that it wasn't distributed to all the students or just to those students who overrode the process and now
It's actually not even published. It's still a work in progress where we as an administration are still changing and morphing. So you might have seen an earlier document where we were asking for feedback from staff, and one of the staff members might have shared it. But as we're having this conversation around as we are utilizing more longitudinal data for placement, making the proper placement so our students aren't moving all around and trying to drop courses. We're still in the process of finalizing that for the Norman Guide that will come to you guys for approval before the fall.
I got it. Okay, so that is something that is still in process. And so just to recapture and to state correctly for the public, next fall when students come back in whatever form we decide, they are going to be only students who have decided to override the recommendation of their counselor or teacher who have now petitioned to be part of the AP honors track are going to be form to some degree. You're still finalizing the form, and that's who this form is for. It's not for the regular students.
Correct. And again, from a placement standpoint, we've held the line as administration with where is the data to support that decision for this placement into these programs. And again, utilizing historical data, since we've been implementing this model in BHUSD, the data shows that our placement procedures are correct. And we've actually had students move down.
And what about the students who are not, let's say, overriding, but they're being maybe guided to take a little bit more of a challenging course? How do you, who have done well in the regular classes and probably show or demonstrate that they potentially could be adapt? Do you all then the teachers to go to the next level to take a more challenging class, or you guys stay away from that and it has to purely come from the parent and student?
No. We don't actually want to do the appeals process because the teachers in the school council should always be making recommendations. That's why we have the teacher recommendation day prior to the course selection day. So every teacher has an opportunity to go through, and every student goes through their schedule and receives those recommendations from the teachers of could they possibly move up based off of what data, meaning higher scores in college prep, did they do well on assessments, those types of things.
Mr. Meath, may I ask you, do you know what, like, if I saw the numbers that you were talking about for AP, first of all, I think that there should be balance when we talk about regular and AP and honors classes. I don't think that one should be overstacked and understacked. I think there should be a balance. I believe that all of our students deserve the same equity, and when we look at options and we look at how they have an experience that we're carving for them as they move through their years up into Beverly Hills High School. So I don't believe that one group should be, because they're taking more difficult classes, should be smaller or bigger. I think, or regular students should have bigger classes by any means. I think that the approach should be balanced, right? Where we teachers are teaching 5 classes. Hopefully there's balance in how we stack those classes. But let me ask you, and I would hope, and I think that you're saying that you agree with that. I don't think that we're saying anything different. So I'm glad to hear that. Let me ask you, what is the largest AP class that you think next year has in place for us?
You're asking if,
like, I know historically
tomorrow,
like the APs in the fall, just based on the numbers. I know that math sometimes has been a large number. I think psychology this year was pretty large in some sections. So if you were to say,
if I was, just so I understand the question, you're saying if we started tomorrow based on the master schedule that teachers got on Tuesday, what would be the largest class, assuming nobody dropped, right?
Right.
35.
35. Okay.
That would be the largest class.
And you do see movement. You do expect movement in a class like that.
I have data from last year specifically collected, and it. Sorry. What some of our teachers don't understand when they see 34 kids in their class right now is that a large number of students drop before the first day of school. So they look back at their year and they say, gosh, I didn't see that many kids drop. I only saw 2 or 3 in this period and only 1 in that one. And they're not wrong. But what they're not seeing is that a large number of kids are dropping before they ever step foot in that classroom. That is one of the, last year, I went into the master schedule process with the exact same goal. And if you look at the numbers right now, it was not successful. We have very, very large regular classes in multiple subjects. What we are trying to do is take the data, and we've talked about this with staff, we've talked about it with parents, about the methodology, what we're trying to do. This is not a surprise to anyone in our staff at all. And the vast majority are very supportive. But right now, like I said, we had averages of between, in certain departments, 4 and 7 students per period.
Okay.
We don't expect that next year. We're anticipating, let's say, 3, because we've tried to place better. But even if you're losing 3 to 5, it causes dramatic changes in the master schedule for regular classes.
Okay, and then finally, just going back to the point that Mrs. Marcus was making about the singletons, my understanding is that singleton courses forces other kids to have to choose different classes than they originally wanted to, because it conflicts with the singletons that are present. So it's like we're not offering. We have a limited. We keep adding to the menu, if you will, and it makes it more challenging to have students pick the schedule that they would desire. So they're almost like competing against the core classes that they might be interested in having, that might be AP or honors. Do you find that, do you schedule your singletons during a particular period?
So you're correct, but I would also want to emphasize that if you are high school like ours, where students are thinking about the next level in college and APs, it's a good problem to have. I mean, we have a remarkably awesome array of classes kids can take, and a staff that loves teaching them, right? So like, in terms of problems, it's kind of a good problem. Like if you're forced to choose between 2 AP classes that sound great, like let's say AP Enviro and AP Psych, and you have to choose one, it's not great, but at least that choice is there. And one other thing, when you build a master schedule, you start with the singletons. And one of the things that's really great about Aries is it gives you, I won't get into it too much, but just so you understand the methodology, conflict matrices. So you're using the math inside of the program to put them into the periods where there are the least number of student conflicts. There are going to be conflicts, but the mathematics of it, this is why I like it so much. It's really an amazing tool. There are always conflicts, but if you have a choose between 50 in period 2 and 14 in period 1, you're going to put it in period 1, but you're going to keep an eye on it. Like if the same teacher teaches AP Bio and AP Psych, they can't teach it the same period, obviously. But yes, there's a method to it. The first and most important thing are student requests. And then the second is trying to get the teachers into a situation they feel good about. And I actually think we've done a pretty good job this year. Like I said, I'm aware of 3 teachers who are, concerned, and that's not unusual. I think it's considerably better than last year in terms of how it was received. I actually think it's a pretty good draft right now. I'm happy with it overall. Our percentages are high, and the vast majority of department chairs seem to think that their departments are happy or at least content with the assignments that they have, at least tentative. So
and when you put this master calendar together, I mean, I know that it started to change a little bit. You said in the last few years, are the you just talked about them, the department chairs, are they part of that? Do they get to say, here's what, do they share data about feedback they're getting from teachers? I mean, their teachers, their parents, their students. I don't know. I mean, what's involved in that process, or is it just administration, like Dustin and you putting it together?
No. Last year, I got copious amounts of feedback from my staff. And look, most of the time it was very, very positive and helpful. What we do is we basically give them a draft of, here are all the classes. Here's the thing, when we remember the singleton thing I was telling you about? If you put a singleton in one period, it's there because of the matrix of conflicts elsewhere. So you're putting it where there's the least conflicts. So if you move it from period 1 to period 2, that's a big problem. But we basically tell the department chairs, look, tell us, using the grid that you have here, who's going to teach what. So the department chairs largely decide who teaches based on kind of where they fell into place in the master schedule. Long story short, department chairs have a huge amount of say in who teaches what. I mean, obviously, maybe not the final say, but most of the time we take their suggestions and use them. So they have a lot of input, I think.
Okay. I think that concludes my questions. I'm glad that we had an opportunity to find out what's going on at the high school. We often hear rumblings from the students who hear from the parents who might hear from the teachers or whatnot. And, you know, I really can't answer some of the questions that come my way because it's not, you know, I have a hard time as it is following what my kids are doing, but I know that they, for a large part, take care of their schedules and whatnot, and the teachers and the counselors are a very big part of that, of course. So I'm happy to hear that it sounds like there's not any new changes happening as far as being able to drop a class, because that is concerning if that was the case, because we'll hear about it and then that's not practical. But and I'm not saying I'm not happy to support any changes you all are making, but I think it's important to have this conversation so that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, we are emphasizing retention and trying to help kids sometimes get away from the mindset that I'll just try it out. We're trying to get a little more commitment, but we also want kids to reach. We really do. And sometimes they reach a little far, and we got to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Mead, and
You're
thank
welcome.
you for hanging on so long. Oh, Mrs. Marcus, I see has a question. Yes, Ms. Marcus.
Okay, Mark,
Yes.
how do you rotate AP teachers? I know sometimes you have a teacher that teaches it for years and years and years, and then you change. Do you ever, how you rotate it? Do the teachers get a chance to sign in or to come to you and say, look, I'd like to teach an AP class? How do you go about doing that? I mean, I know that there's some teachers that teaches for years, and that's why I wondered.
You know, if you asked me what I thought was the perfect model for honors and AP teachers, it would be this: that every single honors teacher or AP teacher also has a regular class. So they balance, because every kid, deserves to have the best teachers we have. And you don't want to necessarily put, like, at least theoretically, all your best teachers in honors AP. So I love the idea of sometimes they call it a peach in a pit, right? It doesn't always play out that way. We have some teachers who kind of specialize in certain classes, like AP Psych. Right now, we've got one teacher, and we're actually trying to build capacity in that department, get somebody else ready to teach that. The best scenario is when you have at least 2 teachers teaching the same AP, if there's enough of them. If you have 3 of them or 4 of them, I think they can collaborate more. A little bit of the iron sharpens iron. But I got to be honest with you, every single department is completely different in how they do it. For example, some upper level math classes, not everybody can or wants to teach. So it's really unique from department to department.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions before we leave the subject? I think also, just to go back to the singletons, you mentioned a list of 6. Dustin, I don't remember discussing, I remember you saying that you needed 20 at least to go forward with the class, and I wonder what are the numbers for these classes? And the one that kind of like that caught my attention that I had not heard was the not computer science, but there was coding. The coding. Can I find out how many? Do you have the enrollment numbers, Mr. Mead, for those classes for the singletons?
Bear with me.
New ones.
It will not take long.
Thank you. Because I remember, Dustin, that one of the things we talked about was at least 20 students. And so I also would like to see with the funding that is coming to back these singletons.
I got it.
Yeah.
So the intro to coding is 18.
Mhm.
And the advanced,
I think it's 6, so it would be a stacked course.
I'm sorry, you're both talking. I didn't hear that. Can you say that
Mark,
again?
I got it.
Yep.
So President Hacker, so again, that would be a prime example of a stacked course where we implemented coding a year ago. And so as we expand, you can't have just a one-off if you're creating a pathway. So the pathway for coding, you go intro to advance to computer science. So remember, the computer science class, which we already offered, is the last course. So now we have a 3-course pathway created for students that are exploring computer science now. So we've completed that last course. And it too is a stacked course in the sense that the teacher will be able to negotiate or differentiate between the intro and the advanced, which would lead into the AP computer science course.
Okay, and for the engineering, what are those numbers?
So that is at 21 as a stacked class, or 20 as a stacked class.
So you have 18 and 12? I mean 8 and 12, or what are the numbers?
Let me tell you.
Because I know that some parents that wrote to us told us it was 6 and 12. I have no idea.
Yeah.
So what is it?
6, and that is the 6 number's correct.
Because you had said it would have to be 20. But here's the thing about that one. You just talked about a pathway, Dustin, intro, media, advanced, and then the final, you were talking about coding, and I understand your point. It's well taken. But for engineering, we're starting with 2 courses, an intro and an advanced, when we had no pathway in the past. So how did we get to
19
pathways? Okay, 19. So how did we get to 2 courses without having a previous track? And if you're telling me we build it, how did we not build this one?
Okay, so in BHUSD, we have offered STEM and engineering, TK through 8th grade, for 8 years. You guys have spent a lot of money on Project Lead the Way, and you've delivered it to elementary, middle school students. At the high school, you've always had an engineering pathway. It's been called robotics, and that's been for, I don't know how long you guys have offered robotics. So that's the capstone course, technically, of the engineering pathway itself. So really, you've missed this gap that has been sitting there for multiple years. And I think even someone like AJ Velmer, who was a previous board member, had met with me my first year even in the district and talked to me just about what offerings are we offering at the high school level to be able to seal that gap. And so now we have that answer is by offering a stacked course where you offer the intro course and then a middle capstone course in between the robotics, you now have a pathway for engineering for students.
No, I understand. I see the pathway clearly. My question is that middle class, like where these students, and I hear what you're saying about robotics and that we offered it at the middle school, but how are you identifying a student who is coming into the class as an intro student first year versus an advanced student, being that we didn't have a pathway to that stepping ground for an intro last year?
So for the progress and Project Lead the Way, if you have access to any of the intro curriculum, which is delivered in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at BVMS, they have access then and can jump in at any access point in the pathway. And that's the same way really with coding. If a student already has previous experience or exposure, they could jump directly into the advanced course in coding, or in culinary arts, the same thing. There's very few of our pathways where you have to only enter in as a 9th grade student, because we're going to see that some students are going to switch pathways midway. So they might be signed up as intro to coding as a freshman, and then as a sophomore or junior, they want to switch over to engineering. And then if they started at the intro, which is typically a 9-10 class, then they're going to miss out and never even get to a capstone or a 11th, 12th grade course.
Right. So I think I completely understand what you're saying, Dustin. Maybe you're not understanding my question. I'm just talking about the engineering class, the engineering pathway. I'm not talking about the one we just discussed, coding. You've laid that out wonderfully. I understand it. I'm specifically asking about the engineering. There's 2 classes. There's an advanced and there's a entry class. The advanced students, are you saying that all those students had, I mean, if I'm an advanced student, what requirement do I have that you're looking at, or the Beverly Hills High School administration, Mr. Mead, is looking at, that qualifies me this year to be a advanced student? Why am I not required to take the intro class? What's making that distinction?
We're not offering an advanced course. So
Well,
we're
not the
offering-
advanced, the middle. You said we have two classes. We have the engineering.
We have an intro to coding this year, I believe.
No, Mark. So Intro to Engineering is an exposure survey course that allows students to expand. So they can, through the Intro to Engineering course, they'll go through a little bit of coding, they'll go through a little bit of robotics, they'll go through a little bit of aerospace, medical, science. So what we're also not talking about is that we're also using Project Lead the Way to add the third level to the MSA pathway. That's also a Project Lead the Way course, and that's the curriculum we're sending Colleen Lynch this summer to be trained in that. With aerospace, it's an insert.
Aerospace.
So
That's the one. Thank you.
it's not advanced. So with aerospace, it's entry or exposure or excitement around if you want to take aerospace or maybe major in aerospace. So an example is we know a lot of this data is Alexis Crane, who is our middle school STEM teacher, who used to be a JPL engineer, works with her students, and we get a lot of students that take the flight and aviation course at the middle school. So that's also a data point to support the expansion of
There's
the
also a ton of kids that were interested in that from the middle school, all the ones that had signed up to go to space camp. And also there's additional student recognition for Project Lead the Way courses where students also take an AP class and get a 3 or above on the test. There's additional student recognition at graduation. So that's another plus for the Project Lead the Way offerings.
You know, I'd just like to make a comment here. The beginning engineering class is what's concerning me, I think, more than anything, Dustin. These kids are coming out of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They've had Project Lead the Way for 3 years, and I'm familiar with the class. The only thing is there doesn't 6 kids that have signed up for it is not, to me, enough kids. I mean, the fact that you're combining them, that's fine. But I'm wondering, where is the disconnect here of kids with interest in engineering to come out of 3 years of STEM and not have any desire to continue with it if this is supposed to be if that's the pathway from middle school to high school? There doesn't seem to be. I'm just wondering, where is this lack of interest? And I don't know, I don't have the answer, but it would seem to me if you get kids that come out that are playing music instruments and they go into band and so or they go into the choir, they go into chorus, and they want to continue. They go for math, or even French, or even the foreign languages. But here they come out with 3 years of STEM, and they don't have any desire to continue it anymore. I'm wondering about that. And there's only aerospace engineering, that's another story. But
so
there doesn't seem to be much interest, and I'm wondering if we aren't just, I don't know, I'm wondering about that. There just doesn't seem to be a great deal of interest in it.
And Dustin, can you tell me engineering and aerospace, that is coming out of CTE funding?
Yeah, that's part of the CTE funding.
So I'm a little concerned. I'll be honest with you. When we started this conversation,
so when we got back John Castle, there was direction given to me to create a full-time FTE position. And I want to clarify the intro class, Ms. Marcus, is not all those students are required to take STEM anymore in the middle school. If you recall, 2 years ago, that requirement was removed during reconfiguration. And so the students that don't have exposure in the middle school and then decide to want to have exposure at the high school, the intro class is important because this will provide them that entry point that these older students in aerospace already had, because these older students had taken 3 years prior to reconfiguration. So reconfiguration is the stopgap between the intro and the aerospace. And that helps answer your question, President Hacker.
Well, the only problem, Dustin, is that if they're not even being exposed to it, I mean, and so we expect them to want to have an interest in it in the high school, is a stretch, in my opinion. In other words, now we don't even require it. I mean, it's an elective in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So it's only the 6th graders that get it. I don't remember right now. I recall when I was there, 6th graders had it, 7th and 8th was an elective. So there aren't, the numbers. There's something missing. That's all I'm saying, Dustin, is that somehow this program is not generating enthusiasm for it at the high school. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, Dustin, as I was listening to you, and thanks for clarifying that these two programs, and I'm not sure about the other ones that we spoke about earlier, are, the perspective here is that when we started this conversation, it was prior to COVID-19. And we know just from our study session a few days ago that CTE has been, we can expect a 50% reduction in CTE, although we did not anticipate any increase. But here we are adding to the list of courses. So given that we're in this COVID-19 and we know we're going to take a hit to our budget next year, I think that this is important information to capture and recapture, I should say, for our study session, Wade, because I wasn't in support of it, just to be fully, out there. I was not supportive of these two classes because I thought that the enrollment was very little. I was hoping in asking about that tonight that the numbers would be significantly higher, and I was only reminded of that as I received some letters from some parents about saying that there was an engineering class that had 6 students or 12. I can't remember the numbers, and so I'm happy that we're having this discussion. But I think it's important for us to have that discussion again as we go forward with adopting our budget. Because I'm concerned about, maintaining. And again, if the numbers were 25 or 30, it'd be a different discussion for me, but it still remains the same where I was a few months ago. So I just want to say.
So then Isabel, does that mean that you also would want to do away with the AP Human Geography, the other new class that was under 20?
Well, the point is that I don't think we had geography this year, did we? That's another one that was.
Mark, you were saying
we didn't have geography this year.
AP Human Geography is new this year, and AP Music Theory is new this year.
And AP Human Geography isn't new this year. It was on the books for last year, and then Mrs. Rowe was out, and so it was still on the books for this year.
Right, but human geography or geography, I'm not sure. I would assume is not CTE, right? I'm talking about the budget. So CTE is engineering, and
but
so
then
I'm
you're also talking about having a teacher that doesn't have 5/5.
Well, I'm allowed to disagree with you, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. My issue, again, as I stated my comment, if you listen to me, was we just had a study session last week. I remember taking notice that there was going to be a cut to CTE. I asked this morning, again, I wanted to make sure that I captured what I thought I captured, and it's a 50% reduction. And so knowing that engineering and aerospace is so low, and it comes out of CTE, I am not interested, and the numbers are so low. I think it's, for me, as one person of this board, I'm saying, I think it's more important for me to be more conservative and try to maintain what we have on the table, as opposed to putting more on the table and then funding it from the same wallet that is supposed to have a 50% reduction. That, to me, is very significant, and I don't take it lightly. And so this has nothing to do with geography. If I'm not happy about the numbers, but I'm sure that this person who's teaching geography is probably an instructional teacher who already is part of our staff at the high school. And this is one other, period that has been assigned to the teacher. And we still have to,
it is with Mr.
excuse me, I'm not done yet. But Mr. Castle's program, you voted for it too, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. You didn't have to vote for it. I was happy to bring it back because I believe there was merit in the program, and that we had some historical perspective and some real gains here for the community. And so I listened, and it was significant for me to bring it back. You didn't have to vote for it. I think it was a 5-0 vote. Let me remind you all, you could have taken your vote in public. I will be happy to say that I brought it back to the board. I had support from 2 other board members, and in public it was 5-0. So, I'm very happy about that vote, and I take it over and over and over again any day. Okay,
I'm not really sure why
I'm gonna ask Mrs. Walker-Schuman. Mrs. Walker-Schuman, I was talking and you interrupted me. I was talking.
Staff member that doesn't have 5 sections. So I don't know
I don't
why
know.
you're getting so upset about this. I've listened to
I'm not
everything
upset
that
about
you
it.
said.
I think you're upset about it, Mrs. Walker Schuman. I think I was speaking and I had a comment and you interrupted me not once, but I think 3 times. So I'd like to finish my comment. I was trying to find out from the board if there's that since we're going to have a budget study session, and I believe June 16, Mr. Roach. Mr.
Yes,
Roach?
ma'am. June 16th.
Okay, so I would like to see capture for me, and then maybe there's support from the board. If there's not, then we'll let it go. But it's important to the conversation that we're having. I'd like to know which courses are being supported through the CTE program that are new this year. And I understand engineering and aerospace, there were just 2 that Mr. Mead mentioned. I'm not going to get into geography because, as I stated, I'm assuming that person is already a certificated staff member and that this is part of their load going forward for the fall. So I understand and respect that that's a different pot of money and that these people have tenure, and I understand. So am I right, Mr. Mead, or is this person being hired just to teach geography?
There are no new hires at all. So no, not a new hire.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So I think that's important. Is there direction or an interest from the board to have this discussion so that Wade can entertain this or not?
Well, Isabel, I personally am not, I'm concerned about, they're putting the 2 classes together, which is a chance to maybe salvage the program, because I would imagine that there'll be maybe, I don't know, Mark, maybe
You're
you can
kind of breaking up a little bit, Mrs. Marcus.
Okay, Mark, maybe you can answer the question about, do you anticipate that there will be more students that will be enrolled in this class? I mean, I'm very concerned about, put the 2 classes together this year, but I'm concerned that I would like to see what's going to happen next year also with these
Sure.
engineering class.
Are you asking about, do I predict more kids going forward? Meaning, I think next year we're pretty clear. I don't expect a big change. Going forward, all I can say is, you never really know who is going to build the program. Part of it is what's happening in the class. Part of it's the magnetism of the teacher, him or herself. Mr. Castle, he's got his own he's building his program. It's possible it grows, but there's no way I could predict that. That's a hard.
But I think it does remind us, though, that nothing will ever change with this curriculum unless we try to look for these areas of interest for students. And we do look year to year. If we do see a program that isn't building, then decisions are made around that. But if our curriculum and the offerings don't evolve, then we are falling behind. And so we have to keep up with what those pathways are and then determine whether it may not be successful the first year, but the second year or third year, you keep monitoring to see if interest grows. But otherwise, you're never going to grow a program.
I agree with that on that. But the one thing that I'm thinking about is that we are also trying to make sure that within the budget that we have, that we're staying within it. And that has been something that we were trying to do also. So
well, I think we've done a yeoman's job this year of really analyzing our staffing needs, and so and saving close to $10 million. So I think that it's a wise investment to start updating and evolving this curriculum a little bit.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with that, but I do think we need to watch the movement of the engineering class, because we have to continually put it together because it's not generating the interest. And it doesn't, we are missing that link, because if kids are not, talking about that, the movement from the middle school to the high school, there is that combination or that link. If they're not, if the interest isn't there, what are we doing to ourselves?
I agree. And I'm going to just say something that Mark opened up with and has said several times, and is somebody that was also a high school principal that's done a master schedule for over a decade, that it's all driven by student interest. The entire schedule is based on trying to get as many students into every class that they want. And so that's why this is a relevant discussion, because if there isn't going to be interest the following year, or you just don't see that growth, well, then that's not meeting the charge of getting the interest of our students into the classes that they want. So it brings to our forefront that this is an area that we need to keep our eye on.
Well, the only thing is that the only way we can justify the engineering class is by putting it with the aerospace, because otherwise there's no way in anybody that I would approve a class of 6 kids and an elective at that. So if that's the only way it's going to be saved, but I'm not thrilled that they had to put the 2 classes together to save the 1 class, because it may dilute the aerospace class itself. So,
Right,
and that class only had the only class that.
But you may think differently in like 3 years if you see that, like that intro to engineering or aerospace is its own section now with 25 kids in it. It's, you know what I mean? You may think differently about giving this a shot.
Well, Dr. Briggy, it only has it has 19 kids. It had 12 kids. It's not like it was an instant winner. I mean, that was what I'm trying to point out. And the way to save both classes was to stick them together. And that was what we questioned in the beginning when we were making out the classes. We would not go for classes that were less than 20. And the way that we sort of circumvented it is to put the 2 classes together. And I'm not going to go, if that's what we're going to try, but we need to watch these numbers, because I'm not going to support classes anywhere that have less than a number, because I've been saying that all along. So that's my say.
Okay. Anybody else before we leave this subject? Mrs. Walker, you had some things to say?
Nope, I'm good. I think we have 12 things on the agenda and it's almost 10 o'clock, so I'd love to move on.
Yeah. Okay, great. We're going to move on then. Thank you, Mr. Mead, for being here tonight and
Thanks for having me.
being
Thank you,
so
Mr.
thorough in
Mead.
your presentation.
Have a good evening.
I think this was helpful. Have a good one. Okay, we're moving on to student board member report. Thomas.
Yeah. Just very quickly, I want to thank Mr. Mead and his administration, security staff for a very seamless checkout process. It was awesome. And also, I love all the posters for commemorating seniors and 8th grade graduates at BV and the high school. So thank you to the PTSAs and PTAs for those, all the posters. That's all I got to say. And that's my last board report.
Thank you so much, Thomas. We're going to go to business and finance. I need a motion, please, for resolution 2019.
I'll make a motion. Make a motion to approve resolution 2019-2020-032 of the assignment of delinquent tax receivables.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, Mr. Margot?
Yes.
I didn't hear you, Mr. Margot. I'm sorry. That's a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
I lost my screen.
Okay. Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marquez?
Yes.
And yes as well. That's 5-0. Thank you. That passes. We're going to go to I need a motion for ratification of professional services agreement with ASO to provide constructional material testing and inspection services for Beverly Vista Middle School, shade structure installation project.
I think you missed one. I'll move ratification of amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with MTH2 Engineering, Inc. to include additional civil engineering, radar scanning, and land surveying at Horace Mann Elementary School.
I'll second
that. I will second that. Thank you. Okay, any discussion on that?
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Marcus, go.
This piece of land refers to adjacent to the between Arnez and Hamel, as I understand it. I mean, I've tried to figure this out, and it's wouldn't that be city-owned land that was on right there? That's what I was curious to know. It says the attached proposal, and I looked and I asked about it. It's a parkway. That's why it's a parkway. And I wondered, doesn't the city own the parkways? That's a question I have. Does anybody have an answer?
The particular area that we're talking about is in the parkway, and we have joint agreements for changing it from, it's really us who wants to put the concrete down to not have people or children walk in the dirt that's between the curb and the sidewalk. And so it's really us that is requesting it, so it's the city who would approve it. So this is engineering, typical engineering, to provide the city information for the city to approve the permit.
Well, knowing how would they possibly pay for the project, or is that not? We don't know whether they would do that. It's
our project.
City. It's our project. We have to pay for it.
Yes, it's our project that we've requested.
Okay.
Okay, so can we call for the question? Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm a yes as well. That's 5-0. Carries.
Mrs. Hacker, can I combine the next two?
If there's no questions?
Same contract, two different schools. So I'll make a motion to approve the ratification with professional services agreement with ESCO for the construction and material testing to Beverly Vista Middle School, which is item 14B, and 14C for Horseman for the shade structure installation project on both sides.
I'll second it.
Yeah, okay. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Marcus. I got that. Okay, let's call for the question. Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That's 5-0. Thank you for that. We're moving on.
I move ratification of a professional service agreement with AESCO Inc. to provide construction material testing and inspection services for Horace Mann Elementary School shade structure installation project.
We just did that one.
Did it?
No, we did both of them, Kristen. We're doing D.
Yeah, she did. Okay, so we already did that one. Do you want to make a motion, Tristan, on the next one? You can have the
I'll
next
make a
one.
motion to approve purchase classroom technology enhancements for Beverly Hills High School from Data Impressions by utilizing CMAS contract number 319-58-02638.
Second.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Margot.
Thank you. I was wondering about the either phasing out or the use of the short throw projectors versus the ViewSonics on our campuses. I'm guessing that the district is trying to move to a district standard on this, but what will become of the short throws, or do teachers have a preference for them? Can anybody address that?
Is Dave on the line still?
I was looking for him, but I there he is.
I'm here.
Ah.
Do you want me to start that, Dawn?
Yeah, I think we just clarify that the short throws that are not touch will be phased out, and our touch will be phased out in lieu of the ViewSonics.
That's correct. So we'll have there's kind of a dual purpose in the standard classroom for a non-touch short throw, so that teachers can use that for direct instruction. So imagine students come in, there's an agenda, or there's a PowerPoint, there's something else a teacher wants students to refer to, and then the mobile LCD 75-inch ViewSonic would be used for either teachers to use interactively with students or students to use interactively in small groups. So currently the district standard in the new classrooms, El Rodeo and in the B1 and B2 call for both.
Okay. So does that?
That seems excessive.
Yes.
Well, in talking with teachers about it, because I asked, they have an interest in having both capabilities. They like the interactive features of the ViewSonic. They also like the ability to have the features of the short throw. I don't think we need an interactive short throw. There's substantially more cost in an interactive short throw over just a short throw projector. So a teacher, for example, may have the ViewSonic being used for, again, something that they're doing interactively with students or having students to demonstrate their learning. They may have their document camera connected to the short throw projector where they're modeling or doing direct instruction. So I do see, just given the way our classrooms are, the size of the classrooms and the way these new projects are rolling out, I do see the benefit of having both tools. And teachers are, the teachers that I've talked to in the various conversations we've had, and Dustin, you've had some conversations too about this, have said that they like having the ability to use both tools.
Is that at all grade levels, David, or is that specific to one? And also, what is the standard technology at Horace Mann? They don't have both short throw and ViewSonics now, do they?
Well, all the schools have ViewSonics, and they have them in different stages of. I think the oldest ones are 3 years old, so they're all interactive, but the software's a little bit different on them. I believe that we have short throw projectors in. I think Horace Mann has them. I think the one that may not have them in every classroom is Hawthorne. I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look at the inventory list.
I just want to be really careful with this because I remember with Horace Mann, there were very high-tech podiums that everyone thought were the bee's knees, and they were put in the classrooms and ended up being a total waste. The teachers didn't, I don't know if they didn't have the training, if they just didn't like it. I don't know if they were part of the decision-making process, but I think both to me sounds excessive. And I guess my question would be, in our budget, when we're talking about the standard for technology in the schools, did we include having both all the way along? I thought it was one or the other.
What I saw was that both were included. We did some reduction around some of the other items that were included in the district standard package. So I think initially that the standard package for the classrooms, the total cost per classroom was somewhere in the neighborhood of, Sarah Caber told me they've got short throws in every classroom. Anyway, was about $26,000 a classroom. And we've, I think, got that down to closer to $13,000 a classroom. I think what might be challenging for teachers, and I think this is where the training is so important, is ensuring that teachers can manage the devices from the control panel that's provided. So all of that's managed through a device that allows the teacher to integrate their document cameras, the short throw, the ViewSonic sound system. So making sure that teachers have the ability to use those integrated systems, I think, is really the critical piece.
Okay, David. Sorry, I don't know. Were you finished?
Oh, sorry. She's looks like Horace Mann has both in every classroom. Hawthorne does not have them both in every classroom.
Okay, so did you all need more information? Do you want to pull this and come back to it, or what do you all want to do? Because I'm hearing that. Yeah.
Well, if we haven't purchased the short throws for El Rodeo or B1, B2, right?
They're scheduled to go into those buildings.
They're scheduled to go in, but we haven't purchased
But
them
we
yet.
haven't procured them.
I don't know about B1 and B2. They may have been purchased already. The
I think we
VSonics
should
have
get.
been purchased.
I think we should get information. All this information. I think these are good questions, and then I believe we should come back and revisit this issue because we have some information that is not. We don't know.
Is there a timeliness on this vote today?
The timeliness for the VSonics is the ability for us to get them deployed and ready for school, the beginning of school. Obviously for B1 and B2, those buildings are not going to open in August, but for B1 and B2 in particular, which is what this item is for, we don't have short throws in all of those high school classrooms. The ones that are there are older and aging out. We're trying to get to parity so that teachers have, modern interactive devices in the classrooms that aren't being modernized. That's what this item is for.
Have we done any kind of survey asking the high school teachers specifically if they would use one more than the other or if they need both? Because I think the needs are different from the K-5, the 6-8, the 9-12.
The teachers I've talked to, and I've asked the I4 coaches at the high school to chime in on this as well, because they're interacting with all the teachers. The VSonics are easier for teachers to adopt and use. And they're mobile, so teachers have the ability to position them around the classroom. So there's been an interest on the part of the high school teachers to have VSonics. They feel that they can't really do the blended learning with the one-to-one devices without them. And I agree.
So it goes back to my original question here, because I would support the VSonics. It's putting in the short throws in the future that I'm going to have an issue with.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm hearing. So I think I'd be more than willing to move forward on this tonight, but I think we should tread lightly before we start putting short throws up in new classrooms. That's just
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I mean, I think that to me kind of crosses into what's needed instructionally. We're prepared to do both. The buildings are roughed in for both. The district could decide that they just want to go with VSonics and then bring short throws in as needed. That's an option. Don, I don't know if the short throws have been ordered for B1 and B2.
I think for B1, B2, probably not. I think that's why we've been having the meetings of late. I think Darren Dorschel provided the equipment list,
right,
and the equipment list is being populated to the bidders. But I think I want to make sure we're clear about the difference between B1, B2 and El Rodeo and a district standard for a VSonic and a short throw versus what's in front of you here, which is VSonics for the science building and building A.
Right. Right. Don, I understand what they're for. I just wanted to get on top of that before things move too fast for us to make a decision on. And I wanted everybody to be aware. That's why I'm willing to support this tonight, because they're going into existing classrooms, not new construction. So that's great. But I think that we need, as a board, we need to be conscious about what kind of standard we're setting from here on out, what's being used. We're hearing that the VSonics tend to be more preferred. So we should, I mean, I would like to get a survey from everybody in the district, every teacher in the district, to see what, if, given the choice. Of course, a teacher is going to say, yes, I want both. That's simple. But I would say, given a choice, which would you prefer? So to work with, because then at least I would narrow it down. The question, it doesn't force the answer that way.
Okay, let me ask the other,
an answer that we need.
Mr. Margo, thank you for that. Let me ask Mr. Spitz and Mrs. Marcus. Do you have any questions? I can't see Mrs. Marcus, but
I question.
Well, can I go, Mrs. Marcus? Let me ask Ms. Marcus. Let me ask Mr. Spitz, because he's been skipped, and that's not really fair. I'm sorry, Mr. Spitz.
I'm prepared to vote in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spitz, for that. Mrs. Marcus, you can now have the floor.
Well, no, Mrs. Walker Schuman is next. Did she pass?
No, she's already asked her questions.
Okay, you're mentioning two pieces of equipment here, and I see that this is only for one piece of equipment. I'm confused by what you're asking me to vote on. You're talking about something for Beverly Vista and Hawthorne and something for the high school, and then you're throwing in another piece of equipment and saying, what do the teachers prefer? Or do they want both and what have you? You're confusing the issue here.
I think
anybody can answer that question?
I think that go ahead, Mr. Margot. Did you want to speak to that, or did you want me to?
Yeah, no, Mrs. Marcus. What I was saying is that as we move forward with a large investment in ViewSonic for the existing classrooms, not new construction, we need to be clear about our district standard in the classrooms that are being built. And if we want to start using two devices, both a short throw and a ViewSonic, or just the ViewSonic. I just wanted to use this opportunity because it's a big investment right now, and I think we're going to have to make this decision sooner than later.
And we can, and I will, we can and I will survey all teachers to ask them about the question with respect to the ViewSonics. I will do that.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm not giving direction, David. As long as the board supports that direction, I can't give that to you individually.
Well, I think it's information the board would benefit from having, so I'm happy to provide that information.
Are you asking us then that we should wait until you have that information?
No. Separate issue.
Okay. Yeah, I would support having that information. I think it's important as we go forward and set the standard, as you said. So I think that survey would be helpful. But that's a separate issue. So we're going to call for the question on this issue that we motioned. So all those in favor, Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
No.
And I'm also a no. Thank you. That's 3-2. Next item. May I have a motion?
I move ratification of amendment number 1 to the agreement with SVA Architects, Inc. to provide drawings and specifications for replacement of the existing switchboard equipment in Building E at Beverly Vista Middle School.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Somebody's typing and I can hear that. Okay, we're going to go for the vote. Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Okay, and I am a yes as well. It's 5-0. Thank you.
I will move for the ratification of amendment number 1 to the agreement with SVA Architects Incorporated to provide drawings and specifications for a fire alarm system modification in Building A at Horace Mann Elementary School. And
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, I have discussion.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus.
Okay, I don't understand if this was done before and we paid $108,700 for this Building A. Why wasn't that the $27,800 for fire alarms for the rest of part of that whole thing? How did that? I mean, this is a lot of money to be, in my opinion. Why was it not part of it?
Okay, I'll answer that. At BV, have been designing bathroom additions and bathroom additions that are part of the reconfiguration phase 2. At Beverly Vista, the drawings were sent by the same architect to DSA, and DSA decided that they would back check and required a systems upgrade to the fire alarm system at Beverly Vista. So I anticipated the same problem, although fewer restrooms, to happen at Horace Mann. I did not want to have a delay with DSA being, I wouldn't say capricious, but making decisions and back checks to continually add fire life safety and conditions to the drawings. So I made the decision to add the additional work for the fire alarm system. When I say upgrade, I just mean extend the system into the new bathrooms. That's what it's for. So rather than send it in and do what we would normally do and then have a back check and go back and delay it, I directed the architect to put that fire alarm system extension, it's not an upgrade really, it's an extension into the new bathrooms.
How many bathrooms are we talking about?
2 bathrooms.
$28,000 for 2 bathrooms for a modification of a DSA.
Yes, ma'am. $26,000 for the fire alarm system to be reviewed, redrawn, and submitted with a package for 2 bathroom upgrades.
And then we have to do the upgrades, right?
Yes.
That hasn't been figured into this yet, so this will.
No, this is just for the design fee to submit to DSA a package for the 2 restrooms, adding the fire alarm upgrades.
Question, is that the best we could do on that price? Is that didn't you try to get them to do better? I mean, that to me, I don't know. I'm not an architect and I'm not a thing, but to redesign 20, we just gave them $108,000.
Well, respectfully, I'm not going to ask them to lower their price. I'm going to ask them to complete the work as quickly as possible and get it into DSA and get it out of DSA.
Are you done, Ms. Marcus? I have a question.
Yeah, I'm done.
Ms. Dawn, could you tell me, so this is at Horseman, and Horseman is a new school. So why, is there a reason why this wasn't captured in the original set of plans? Because it's a new school.
Yes.
Did something change in the code that?
No.
What happened?
No, this is part of the reconfiguration process where we added we took classrooms and converted them to bathrooms.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. That makes sense. Okay, so we're going to call for the question. Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That's 5-0. Thank you for that. And, okay, who wants to make a motion for the next item?
I'll make a motion to agree for the ratification for the abandonment of Rodeo 107 and Wolfskill 23 at Beverly Hills High School.
I'll second.
Okay, Mrs. Walker-Schuman. Thank you. Discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Margot? Okay, Mr. Spitz. Mr. Margot, you go first, and then Mr. Spitz.
No. My questions are on the following item, not this one.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Spitz.
Yes, I do have a question. I guess for Mr. Tao, if he's here.
I am.
You were able to hang it out. In the special insurance and indemnification requirement, I noticed that the district indemnifies the contractor for all liabilities regardless of fault. It's that regardless of fault that I'd like some clarification from you on. Why should we be indemnifying them for liabilities if they're at fault?
Mr. Spitz, you're very good. You picked up on a item in the contract that has been negotiated previously for about 6 months between us, the city of Beverly Hills, and ARB. When you're doing an oil well abandonment in the oil business, unfortunately, it is considered a high liability, high risk business. So most of these contractors refuse to allow any contracts where there's either a cross indemnity or they indemnify us. So that's the reason why we've been so careful and thoughtful about how the insurance covers your project. So in this case, we extended the insurance that exists currently with regards to the old Veneco project, which was $50 million worth of oil well coverage. In addition, we also had another $50 million procured by ARB just in case we blew through the $50 million. So you have $100 million of coverage. So by getting the $100 million of coverage, we took care of any gaps.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Walker-Schuman.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, Mr. Tao, can you just tell us the completion date for both of these projects? One of them is stipulated, one is kind of not. Can you capture that for us so that everyone's aware of that?
There are two schedules that are to help guide the contractor ARB. The schedules were actually negotiated and prepared partially with Metro. It is what I call a best case scenario schedule. The Wolfskill schedule has a completion date of July 29th, and the Rodeo 107 schedule has a completion of September. I think it's September 9th. So those are the two preliminary schedules as we sit here, assuming that there are no contingencies that come up.
And the September 9th deadline would not interfere with the school start date at the Beverly Hills High School?
It should not. The Rodeo 107, while it'd be preferable that the work not occur while school's in session, is remote from where the students are. It's on that clearing between building B1 and the drop-off where there's just a sidewalk between B1 and the drop-off, about 12 feet, 15 feet wide, which is far away from where the students are. We're fortuitous, actually, that B1 is in construction and no students are in B1 right now.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. Okay, so I have no further questions. Anybody else before we go to the question? Okay, we're ready to call for the question. Mr. Margot?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That's 5-0. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, President Hacker, I'm going to move to actually table item 14H.
I would agree with that.
I second.
There was an attachment to the agenda that was not the right draft of this, so we need to get some issues clarified. I know we're going to ask some questions. We have counsel here, but we should table this until the right draft is attached.
Duly noted, Mr. Margot. I've accepted your recommendation. I've accepted your recommendation, and I second that. Mrs. Marcus, we're gonna.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I thought we had originally planned to do some discussion and questions, but in the interest of time, it's late. I thought, can we save that till we get the copy of the draft?
Well, Mr. Tao has stayed with us for 5 hours. I think it's only. I'll leave it to the board. I could go either way. So, Mr. Margot, do you want to have discussion or do you want to table?
I will pair my question for Mr. Tao. I have one main question that I'd like to ask.
Okay, so if we take your question, we have to take everyone. So So let's just
But
ask
I'm gonna
the question.
be short, so then everyone
Yeah,
has
I
to be
just
short.
want to be fair to everybody else. So if you want to table, raise your hand. Just raise your hand if you want to table a discussion. Okay, Mrs. Marcus, I'm sorry, we're going to continue. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Margot.
And I'm sorry, Rochelle, because I kind of feel checked out as well, so I definitely sympathize. Mr. Tao, on page 7, 2.2, it talks about cost-effective plans. Now, our current oil well abandonment uses kind of only one plan, which is I would like to call the fish and fill, right? We fish out the line, then we fill it, okay? So you talk about being plans that are being inferred to in this agreement, and then I saw item 2.10 on the next page discuss intercepts, like the possibility of intercepts. So can you please explain exactly what we're talking about here? Because it's a little misleading that we have one plan and then we have two options, and what are we doing? I want to be clear on this.
Well, thank you. The issue is as follows. When we had originally looked at this project of abandoning primarily Wolfskill, because Wolfskill's right in the middle of the portable city on campus, we were concerned about being able to complete the work and come back on campus for the start of school. Since we did not want to have an oil well operation at the same time, we knew that we had limited time. So our oil well consultant, Mary Jane Wilson, had come up with a methodology which was called undertaking the well using an intercept line. What that means is it's a horizontal abandonment at 3 locations at the same time. So you have the traditional abandonment, which is from on top. Then you'd have 2 additional abandonments, one at 400 feet and one at 1,500 feet, so that it's all going at the same time. That way you would ensure that your project would be completed timely. Unfortunately, Metro wanted to do a more linear approach, which is they would do traditional abandonment until there's a failure. And then if there's a failure, they would come back and do the first of the intercept. And if there's a second failure, they would do the second of the intercepts. So it would take longer because you're doing one right after another. We know that it's more expensive to do all 3 at the same time, and we're anticipating a failure which may or may not occur. And understand, failure does not mean you have a problem. Failure just means that you aren't able to thread the needle. So as you've probably experienced with the oil wells on the Veneco site, there are times when things take longer and you may come outside of the casing for the oil well. This is the problem that we anticipate. Metro wanted to do a linear approach, which right now the schedules you have in front of you are what's called best case scenario using a traditional abandonment. No intercepts involved. An intercept would speed things up if we started it at the same time, which is what our consultants recommended. Unfortunately, the cost of that is perhaps what it is that drove Metro. It's a $3 to $5 million additional cost. If you look at the proposal, the cost of the intercept is actually laid out in the proposal that's incorporated into the contract.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Margot and Mr. Tao. Mrs. Walker-Schuman. Mr. Spitz. Sorry.
Yes, I have some specific concerns about this agreement, and they all revolve around the fact that we would not be re-abandoning these wells for our own purposes. The reason for the re-abandonment is to satisfy the interests and needs of Metro. And my concerns are these, that under these circumstances, Beverly Hills Unified School District should not be responsible for any costs incurred this process, whether it's delays in completion schedules, or whether it's due to unforeseen conditions such as wild wells or catastrophic occurrences. And secondly, it does appear that the likelihood is that in order to complete these abandonments within before the district commences its fall semester in August, it appears likely that an intercept process would be required. And as Mr. Tao just explained, there's an additional $3 to $4 million involved in that. We must have the work completed by very early in August. It's probably going to require the intercept process, and that is not included or covered in this agreement. So as the agreement stands, I cannot vote in approval of this agreement. I have a couple of suggestions. One is I'd like to see one whereas added. And it would be whereas the reabandonment of these wells is to satisfy the interests and needs of Metro and not the interests and needs of Beverly Hills Unified School District. That would be one of the whereases. And one of the now therefores would be Beverly Hills Unified School District shall not be responsible for any costs related to the reabandonment.
Thank you, Mr. Spitz. Is that it, or you have more?
I think that'll do it.
Okay,
Thank you very much. I will pass the message on. I will also note from previous discussions that we had sent letters to Chevron. Chevron did indicate their willingness to come in and help us do the abandonment at their cost. But unfortunately, that process takes a long time. So understood.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
I agree with Mr. Spitz. I think that anything that leaves us at risk is not the route that we should take. And if it means that Chevron's going to cover our costs by doing their process, then that may sound like a better, safer route for us. I do have concerns about the references here, specifically section 2.2 on page 7, at least of this document that we saw, that is requesting approval of most cost-effective plans and schedule that minimize the risk of the oil abandonment activities. And down at the bottom, at the end of that, it says, and do not require relocating the Wolfskill anomaly wellhead to LACMTA property. That's the intercept they're talking about, correct?
That's correct.
The intercept that they don't want to do?
That is correct.
The intercept that has only 10% of actually, or the intercept that we would have to do, assuming they go in the linear way, that's the only way they want to go right now, that has only 10% chance of actually being successful.
Well, I'm not going to say 10%. That is what it is that our consultant had said. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Metro is right. I think Metro said about 80% chance of success. That means that there's a 20% chance that you would not be able to thread the needle, which means that you would then have to do the intercept. That's the reason why I had the intercept number included in the price as an alternate, understanding that if we went through the linear process, we may end up having to do an intercept anyway. But the paragraph that you point to is talking about doing this off-site. And that would be optimal if we were doing this off-site, because then we wouldn't have to find a location to place the intercept on our already very compressed high school site. But unfortunately, what Metro is telling us is it's too disruptive to their site to have an intercept originate there, because it would essentially shut down their operation.
Unless it was located on the easement that was granted in the MOA. Don't we have an easement?
We do have an easement across the property.
So that would still be considered LACMTA property. So I just don't know why we would leave this out. I think all possibilities need to be considered. I mean, I guess really this is what it is. This is a reimbursement agreement. To try and throw in details of what we're not willing to do, what we're not willing to explore, I think is really not good form. Not on our end. I think it's really not good form in NTA. If they have a schedule that they want to fulfill, and we obviously want to make sure that all of this was completed before our kids come back on campus, I can't imagine for the life of me why in their minds it would make sense to forego the safer, quicker solution for $3 to $5 million. I just can't imagine that the Board of Supervisors would think that that was a reasonable expense, an unreasonable expense. And then page 8, section 2.10 also references intercepts. So it appears likely that they understand that that is going to be necessary, although again it tries to specifically state where that would actually where it would be placed, right? The intercept. And the other concern that I had was page 9, section 2.18, the parties agree that LACMTA will not tunnel through Rodeo 107 or WillSkill 23 without CalGEM's approval. And at least for me, I keep reading all these articles that say that their boring machine's already been dropped and is heading east, which I find hard to believe because it dropped right behind our campus. So I don't know how exactly it could be heading east without us knowing about it. And that was my concern, that would they just, would Metro just say, we're going ahead, we've got a schedule to keep and we're going to do it. But so I guess, can you explain to me what would prevent them from doing that?
We have a court order requiring CalGEM's approval before they move through. But we do have controls for ensuring that CalGEM gives approval. We have a court order. And also they're subject to the federal rules with regard to their SEIS. So I think that we have some assurances that they're not going to just go through without some form of CalGEM approval. So at least we have it in the agreement, and we have it in the court order, and we have it in the SEIS. So I think we may have that one covered, but I do understand the concern.
Okay, and then my last one is also page 9, section 4, use of subject property. I'd like for this to be modified to actually include specifically oil well abandonment activities for WillSkill 23 and Rodeo 107. There may be other wells that they end up encountering, and we'll have to deal with those as we come to them. I just want to make sure this isn't too ambiguous.
That makes sense. I'm happy to include that.
Great.
And I was going to mention really quick with regard to Mel's comment about if there's a problem like wildfall. We did cover that in Article 1.2 of the agreement, but I do agree that your concern about Metro being responsible for all costs, it doesn't say that. We've been getting approvals on all costs up to date, so we've been doing our best to make sure that everything's approved beforehand under the language of 1.2.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Marcus?
Well, the only problem that I had, and I think it was cleared up earlier, was the approval of the cost. And Terry mentioned that his receipts and so on are pretty much a thing, but the CMTA shall not unreasonably withhold its approval of the cost of the oil well abandonment services. But if they don't approve the cost encoded in the invoice, I'm concerned. That's the only thing that I'm concerned about, is that I don't want to see them finish the project and then say, well, we're not paying for this. I want to be reasonably best as possible to know that I'm not going to stick one penny in my pocket for this project. And that's my basic concern. I want to know that for the purposes of our school district, it's not going to cost us one penny.
I will take that up with Metro. Thank you very much, because I've now heard it from several of you.
I mean, that's about the only thing that I can, everybody else has covered everything.
Yeah, I agree. I support what, Mel has said, and Tristan and Mrs. Marcus. Again, I just want to, this is an approval of a reimbursement agreement, and it just, I'd like to capture every opportunity to make sure that the district is not responsible, as Mel said, for any costs that comes our way as a result of these two projects. And additionally, I think it's really important to, it makes me a little nervous that with the ARB oil well abandonment contract that we just approved, the agreement that we just approved, we are talking about deadlines and a schedule. But I want to make sure that we somehow capture language in this agreement where Metro understands that in no way are we going to concede to have an interruption with our start date of school. I think that's really important. I don't see that specified anywhere, and I'd like to see you hopefully be able to capture that somewhere in here in this agreement, Terry, as we come back to the final agreement in a few days to approve.
All right. Thank you very much.
Is that enough? Okay, thank you. So you're going to come back to us. We're going to table this, and we're going to move on to our communication from board members.
Ms. Thacker, we have to take a vote on the table.
Oh, I thought we did. Thank you, Mr. Margo, for clarifying. So we're voting to table this. Terry, I'm assuming you're going to talk to Dr. Breggy about when you want to bring this back to us.
Yes.
If you need to convene the board for a special meeting, please let me know as soon as possible, and we'll take the temperature of the board to see when we can reconvene. Thank you. Okay, right. So Mr. Margo, the vote on the table is so that we could table this, right? And we're not voting on this tonight because
right.
Okay, so here we go. Mr. Margo?
Yes.
Mr. Spitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker-Schuman?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a yes as well. Thank you for agreeing to bring this back, Terry. And thank you for hanging on so long. And you too, John. Thank you. Good night. Yes, Mrs. Marcus, you have a question?
We were sent a new copy of this, right? We were sent a new copy of the...
Well, we're going to vote on it, Mrs. Marcus, and the new red line will be on the agenda. And so, or the new version will be documented and captured on the agenda, as well as you'll be sent a copy, of course. Okay, so we're moving on to the next item. We have communication from board members. Mrs. Walker-Schuman wanted this discussed in our meeting. She apparently, I can't remember what board member from what district, Mrs. Walker-Schuman, you can state that. There was a friend of hers who brought this letter to her attention, and Mrs. Walker-Schuman was discussing it or wanted to discuss it with the board in hopes of adopting a letter of our own. So Mrs. Walker-Schuman, you have the floor.
Thank you. So let me begin by saying to BHEA, all the letters we received, to Mr. Boucher and Mr. T, I am so sorry that you thought that this is what I was advocating for. That's actually not. What I had suggested when I sent this out to the board on May 11th was that we consider a letter of our own advocating for the needs of the district. And I actually would like to see it done in conjunction with some other basic aid districts, because I think they have more similar position as we do in terms of the things that we're struggling in budget cuts to manage. And there are 80 in the state, so I think we've got quite a number to choose from. But I apologize that the interpretation of the letter being attached was that we should advocate for these things. That certainly is not what I meant. What I had asked for actually before this letter was attached to the agenda was for Mr. Roach to go through and make adjustments, because a lot of the things that are in here either aren't what we're advocating for or don't actually apply to us as a basic aid district. So I guess that's really what the ask is for at this point. I think, civics action and advocacy is important. And while we're one of only 80 districts out of 1,000 in the state of California, I think it would be great if we could put a letter together to advocate for the things that we think are important to our budget to go to leadership at a state level. So I guess really the ask is, as Mrs. Hacker had responded earlier to me, that we need support from 3 board members to have Mr. Roach take a look at this and work on making edits so that we can end up with a final product that we can send out. Does that make sense?
Okay, so it's really late, and I apologize. It's 10:40 almost, and so we'll go around, and if there's questions for Mrs. Walker, if you want to support this, please, here's your moment. Mr. Margot, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would support staff looking at this, but I would also say that Dr. Breggy had just sent out something that I think the county superintendents wrote.
Correct.
And I don't want to, beat a dead horse here. So we should do it in conjunction with that letter as well, so we're not being repetitive.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the letter that Dr. Breggy sent out. I know that it was referenced in one of the letters in public comment today, but I'm sure Dr. Breggy, it sounds like he sent it to us, and I'm happy to read it. Dr. Breggy, did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so and I talked a little bit about the letter in the very beginning of my presentation, and so, but I did send it to you. I was, as I have indicated, I was moving this weekend, and so I have not had internet service. So but I did send it to you. You should have it now, and it's just essentially it's similar to what Mrs. Walker Schuman's doing as far as it is advocacy, and it is saying look. You can't treat every district the same, and most especially, you can't treat school districts like businesses. And so it is advocating for ourselves before they are passing along guidelines and policies. So, but you should have it now, and it does outline some of the concerns of the of several LA County superintendents. Not everybody signed it. It was not offered to everyone, but in the group that I have been meeting with and discussing some of the concerns with, that's why we wrote the letter.
Okay, so I would
like
support.
to just mention though, just to clarify, Noah, what you had asked, the letter that Dr. Breggy sent was specifically in regards to restrictions that have been created in that order for LA County Public Health. That's really completely separate from budget items the impact that cuts have, and things like CalSTRS, CalPERS, class size, instructional days, furlough, things like that, which really are more budget driven, which is what this letter.
And Tristan, I haven't read Dr. Breggy's email, so I just know he had referenced it. So I just want to make sure we weren't repetitive, but I do support having staff look over the letter and see if we can customize it for ourselves. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Spitz?
I can support possibility of sending our own letter and maybe contacting other basic aid districts, because there's strength in numbers, and so as long as the letter would be specific to our needs and also not create any firestorms in our own district with the union and so forth. I can support that.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus?
I can support it. I would love to see, are we talking about drafting another letter? You're talking about drafting another letter that's only from Beverly Hills. Is this what you're referring to?
Well, but also contacting the other 79 basic aid districts like Palo Alto, Santa Clara, Carmel, Laguna Beach, Los Altos, Los Gatos, Saratoga. There are a lot to choose from.
I
I'm
understand
sure
that.
are
You're
dealing.
talking about writing a letter that, but incorporating what other districts that are basic aid are saying. In other words, but according to our needs. I mean, not all districts are exactly the same.
No, they're not all the same, but we all have CalSTRS, CalPERS, class sizes, special ed. You know, we're all going to be experiencing the cuts to categorical funding at a state level. So I think it's important, and I think that we will have more common ground than not. But I think a good starting off point would be to have Wade take a look at this, see what's important, what things we want to advocate for, and then start reaching out to other districts once we have it narrowed down.
I would prefer to hear from Wade first, and then have him go through it.
Yep.
And see how
That's
we're
what I asked
affected.
for.
That's what I want.
Great.
Yeah, I'd like to first find out, because there was so much on that letter, and so since we're a basic aid district, I mean, I hear Tristan, reciting some of the areas, some of the bullet points, but we need to have consensus amongst the board members what it is that really impacts us and doesn't, and then move from there to a conversation about maybe adopting a letter. So I think to just say, yes, I'm in support of a letter at this point, for me is a little premature. And then once we identify the areas that are relevant to us, then I think Wade would have to educate us as to what we're exactly talking about as it relates to funding or possible, impacts that might be coming down our way. But I do think that because we're a basic aid district and we are unique, I would hope that, for me anyways, as we approach this area going into the fall, I would hope that we look at all our stakeholders and that we find a way to move together. I'm interested, people are going through a really difficult time right now. And as Dr. Breggy stated at the beginning of his presentation, some spouses and some of our teachers or staff members have been laid off, or they're experiencing difficult times. And so I certainly don't want to add to injury. I want to see how we can solve and meet the needs of our district, but move together. So I would not want to be putting my name to anything that would eliminate opportunity to have take away opportunities for our students. I'd like to look at this with big picture, full lenses on, and maybe it's not necessary to write a letter. Sometimes when basic aid districts write, remember the Governor Brown, he was always saying how it was these districts that he perceived to be more influential, that should be taking or more of a burden, so that the pot of money is distributed amongst other cities, other districts that are more in need. And I understand what he was saying, but I want to be cautious that sometimes when we bring too much attention to ourselves, it can backfire, especially in a time of need. So I'm not sure what the politics is in the state right now for basic aid districts. We don't even know what our where we're going to be, how much of a, where we're going to be financially next year. We know we're going to take some hits, but I think we have to really absorb all of this as we make decisions before we just sign our name to something. I think the needs of these districts that put their names to this letter are very, very significantly different from ours. So that's where I would leave it.
So just to be clear, we're all on board with having Wade look over it and tailor it to reflect more of the specific Beverly Hills Unified interests?
That would be my idea.
Great. So we have enough support for direction there?
That doesn't mean that we're going to send the letter, it's just that we're looking into the letter.
Right.
Possibility, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We're going to move away from that now, and it's very late it's very, very late. We had put Beverly Hills High School graduation local decision on the agenda because there was so much back and forth with the county that we were allowed, but yet there was this, language around local decisions fall within the purview of elected officials. And so we were going to have that discussion and vote it up or down, and I figured this was an opportunity. But since the agenda was posted or put together, LACO reversed its decision, as you know, relating to drive-by graduations, which are now technically allowed. I support the decision of LACO that LACO has recently taken. I'm not sure if the board would like to just go around and just confirm support for that decision, or do you, I feel we should just pull it at this point since it's been already decided by LACO. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to pull it from the agenda. Okay. I don't think we need to vote for that. Nope. Future meetings. Next board meeting is June 9th, and our regular board meeting after that is June 23rd, and that is it. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you and good night. Long night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.